of the Doomsday Murder Trial, the final chapter, Arizona v. Lori Daybell. Now, this is an important day, not only because of the fact that Ryan Pillar, officer with Gilbert PD, returns to the stand to continue his testimony, and we wait for the cross-exam, which will be very interesting on the lead agent who investigated Brandon Boudreaux's case after he was shot at by a suspect vehicle, a Jeep Wrangler, back on October 2nd, 2019. But it's also important to remind everyone, the 250 of you watching, that today is June 9th, 2025, and that 5 years ago, 7-year-old JJ Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, their remains were found on the property of Chad Daybell in Salem, Idaho. And it was on this day that really changed the course of this case, because at that time, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had not been indicted on charges of murder, conspiracy to commit murder. All of those new charges would come a year later in May 2021. It is so weird to put that time frame into perspective there, that at this time, Lori had been accused of endangering her children. She was the one in jail. Chad was not. Chad would be arrested that same day, and they would be hit with charges of concealing body parts and evidence.
Yeah.
And that was such a big deal. People were waiting for real justice and real murder charges, and so here we are 5 years later. It is just bizarre to think about that.
It is bizarre to think about not only the fact that it's been 5 years, but going back to the day that the moment that we were notified that the bodies had been found, seeing the images from the helicopter, obviously Nate Eaton, East Idaho News flying over the property, the swarm
Fascinating footage.
Detectives. I think some of us were even shocked that that sadly the children's bodies were found, but on the property of all places. And so, here we are. We're close to wrapping up this final chapter. Kind of, again, like you said, 5 years after that, we're coming up obviously on the 5-year anniversary of Charles being shot. We're about a little over a month away from that.
It is hard to you get reminded of these dates, to keep track of so many important dates that happen in this case, because there are several victims. But here we are 5 years later. I mean, JJ, I believe his birthday was just in May, so he would be 12 years old, 12 or 13 years old at this point. And Tylee Ryan would be a young adult, right?
Wrapping up college, potentially. Yeah,
exactly. So and I remember on this day that it was just a normal morning, and I got a message or call from Brandon Boudreaux telling me that FBI had descended on the home. And so, all of a sudden, you have this huge, massive investigation with FBI, Rexburg Police, and now Brandon Boudreaux, who had to identify the remains of JJ for the family, because it was so hard for Larry Woodcock and Kay Woodcock, JJ's grandparents, to do something like that. And he stepped up and did that in this investigation. Now here he is in the courtroom. He has just faced the alleged perpetrator, who was the pro se defendant questioning him last Friday, gone through that, and now he can breathe a little sigh of relief and let the justice system play out. So here's Ryan Pillar coming back to the stand today to talk about the evidence in that shooting, as they gathered gunshot residue, tested the Jeep for DNA later on. When that was obtained, that property was recovered. We expect to hear from more witnesses that are from out of state, including FBI agent Nicholas Balance. So it's going to get very technical real soon.
The evidence that what we've been kind of looking forward to, I think, is the evidence that not only links Alex, but potentially down the road, Lori, to this whole thing. This is where things, for most people, I think, get a little dry when you start talking about maybe DNA, forensic, digital evidence. But as we learned at the end of last week, we're now seeing the timeline. They have now found the Jeep. They're watching the Jeep. They have data that shows the Jeep coming to Phoenix just hours before the shooting. And so now for the jury anyway, they're getting a look inside how law enforcement was able to kind of link all of these cases together. This is one of the links in this whole saga, is this Jeep being in this location and around Brandon's house at the time of the shooting.
Yeah, we talked about the license plate reader that captured the Jeep with no rear tire on the back coming down I-40 about 26 hours prior to the shooting. We've heard from neighbors. We've seen ring video that where you hear that loud bang. And then we also got to hear from Nate Duncan, the lead detective on the homicide unit for Chandler PD, that references the July 11, 2019 shooting of Charles Vallow as an incident, but very important that he places the same Jeep at that scene. And that was months before Brandon Boudreaux was shot at. How the jury's keeping up with all this, very interesting. This is not something that they do every day in their lives, but you have a jury of 15 that I've now heard from 9 witnesses. The 9th witness still going today with Ryan Pillar, and there's a list of 22 witnesses. We do have time to go over that, and we'll recap that with you after the break as well. So at 10 o'clock, we'll be taking a short break as I go on Fox 10 Talk, so you can follow more coverage there. And then we'll come back right after that. And at 10:30 is when trial starts in real time today. It did start early last Friday because we had a delay. We had the whole sickness delay. So much happened. We had Lori removed from the courtroom, put on a quick timeout. She tried to get the judge off the case before that. It was a lot of stuff that happened last week just outside of the trial alone, as this jury selection was delayed a few times. So getting back up to speed, that's something that Judge Boreski and, of course, the prosecution wanted to do. But here's what we expect. As far as the witnesses, there are 22 state witnesses. And so far from Gilbert Police, we have heard from Nolan McDermott. We're still hearing from Ryan Pillar, and then David Ferrer also testified. We have not heard from Scene Jason Biggs, Tammy Lachik, and I guess we'll get the pronunciation on that when she takes the stand. Maryanne Rob, she was one of the first officers to respond to the scene, and I believe this is the same officer that's on the body camera footage when Charles Vallow is pleading for help for his wife back in January 2019 in Gilbert outside the hotel. She was also at that call, and months later she responds to the scene for Brandon Boudreaux for that shooting. We know the town of Gilbert. It's not a big city. These officers are all over. It's not some big department, so not a surprise there. Also, Patrick Young with Gilbert Police waiting to hear that testimony. As I said, Chandler PD's Nate Duncan already took the stand. Mesa Police has 3 witnesses. Vanessa Milkey, forensic scientist. Lisa Perry, another forensic scientist. Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, another forensic scientist who's retired. So the forensics, big part in this. I assume it has to do with the shooting or that suspect vehicle, the Jeep Wrangler. Phoenix PD has Kyle Mueller, forensic scientist. Department of Public Safety, we heard from Thomas Olchak. And then on the next page, we cannot wait to hear from Ray Hermosillo, Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo with Rexburg PD. He did not testify in the trial regarding Charles Vallow's murder, but he is a huge witness in the Idaho trials regarding Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. So he will be taking the stand. He was the one who helped seize that Jeep in November 2019 after spotting that Jeep, basically carrying out the search warrant on behalf of Gilbert PD. FBI's Nick Balance, remember, he's an undercover agent. You're not going to see his face. That has to be done for safety reasons. The DEA, Thomas D. Miller, this could have to do with the license plate readers that we've been talking about. And then as far as civilians, we've obviously heard from the victim, Brandon Boudreaux, Robert Batomarco, the neighbor, Elizabeth Collins, the homeowner that was renting to Boudreaux, Timothy DeLoach, have not seen him yet, Lynette Mendoza, the neighbor with the Ring doorbell camera video, and then Dan Moss. These are all civilians. So 9 of them have taken the stand. We expect Pillar to finish today. So estimated trial days, according to Trina K, was 7 to 10 days. She could wrap up her case in chief this week, very early.
And we've talked a lot about the last case. She wrapped up her case a few months ago early. Didn't call all of the witnesses that she had planned. Felt pretty strong about her case. As we learned, strong enough to get a conviction. So we'll see how quickly she moves through some of these witnesses this week. She did mention last week, to the judge that she had people flying in. So the schedule for her calling her witnesses, and then of course the cross. In fact, again with Lori kind of back crossing the witness this morning, how quickly they can get through that, because again, she has. Trina Kay has mentioned that she's got witnesses flying in from out of state. A couple of these are retired. Law enforcement officials are retired now and live out of state. So she needed to make arrangements to have them ready to go. But who knows? Maybe by the end of the week, she feels strong enough she can rest her case.
We could have a verdict by the end of the week when you think about it, because Lori doesn't have witnesses.
Right. She didn't
that
put up
we
a
know
defense,
of.
yeah.
There's no witnesses. It's on her to cross-examine, try to milk the clock and see if she can cast any doubt. But you also don't want to lose the jury and just ask redundant questions. Now, she's going to go up against a witness that knows his case. This is the lead agent, Ryan Pillar, who is going to, as technical as he's gotten already, she likes to ask questions about testing. She likes to ask questions about forensics. This is a good opportunity for everyone to learn what is done in a protocol for any police department in a criminal investigation in regards to shooting, a murder, anything like that. But how can she ask the right type of questions to poke any hole in Gilbert's investigation of the shooting?
Well, you wonder, did she do any pre-planning over the weekend? I'm sure she did in her line of questioning. She has certainly, at least in our observation, she has certainly spent more time cross-examining certain witnesses in this trial than she did in the previous trial. You talked about Ray Hermosillo. Yeah, he was not called to testify in the last trial, but he was here. We did see him.
He was here, and he spoke.
Following the trial. So this would be Lori's opportunity to cross-examine Ray.
That's going to be good.
Yeah.
Good point, because this is a guy that was, at her apartment, her townhome in Rexburg, Idaho, when Rexburg PD was questioning her. It wasn't him exactly, it was Ron Ball, but remember the body cam where she said everyone was out to get her.
Yes.
Her brother Adam was out to get her, and that JJ was in Arizona with her friend Melanie Gibb, and there's just so many lies that were told, and Hermosillo was a huge factor in the investigation to find out where the kids were. He was a huge part in that day, today, 5 years ago, watching Chad Daybell sit in his driveway, watching his interactions, watching his reaction to what was going on in the backyard, by the pond area, by the pet cemetery, where ultimately these, poor innocent children were found. So there is a lot of, I would say, there's bad blood between them, right? This is someone who investigated you, and you ultimately were found guilty of murdering your two children, and now you're going to get a chance to cross-examine.
And whether the jury will pick up on some of that, because they don't know, right? They don't know that she's a convicted murderer, that she's, they have, at least in theory, have no idea that she's already been convicted of conspiring to kill her children. And so where she goes with that line of questioning, if she chooses
because
to.
we talked on Friday, and you guys saw our on the record episode, will she fully open the door?
Right.
She's always been standing on that line on the edge. Does she fully cross that line and fully open the door? Wow, 1,000 of you watching. What we're going to do right now is take a quick break, and I'm going to head over to Fox 10 Talks. But I want you guys, I just posted the link in the chat box for our poll right now. The question is, who has been the strongest witness in trial so far? Options are Brandon Boudreaux, the victim, Ryan Pillar, Gilbert police officer who's still on the stand, and Nate Duncan, Chandler police detective. Overwhelmingly, out of 300 votes, 93% say it's Boudreaux. I don't blame you. But obviously, that's the victim, star witness. You have the lead detective on his case and the lead detective from Charles Vallow's case. But overwhelmingly, everyone is saying it's Boudreaux. So here's what I would do. Open a tab, go to Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel, hit the live playlist, and click on Fox 10 Talks for this morning. It's about to start in just a minute. We'll see you all in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we are back. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obie. I was just on the Fox 10 talk show talking to Joshua Colesrud, an attorney here in the Phoenix metro area. And basically, we're talking about what we were discussing here as well, just as far as how Lori is going to cross-examine Ryan Pillar, her line of questioning, what that looks like, and if there's been any improvement from the last trial. And I think it shows, this trial once again, is why you shouldn't represent yourself. I think you have no choice but you can only get better, right? I mean, do you think we've seen some improvement in her pro per status and skill set?
I think we saw a lot last week where she asked questions, obviously looking for yes or no answers. That's typical of especially a cross-examination. Our panel suggested last week, look, you don't want to ask questions you don't know the answer to. At least that was Ben Taylor's advice for her. But where does this line of questioning go? You would think you have to have a purpose. There's a means to an end, right? You want to get to something.
Yeah, where's the punchline?
Yes. If you're just there to ask questions, I'm sure the jury will pick up on that, but I'm not sure that's what you want them to pick up on. You're almost expecting the jury to maybe look for some aha moment, and as a good defense attorney would do, you're leading up to that moment. Whereas sometimes we don't know where Lori's going with this questioning, and again, each witness is different. When she starts when she crossed Brandon, the tone, the pacing was a little bit different, but she certainly spent plenty of time on that. So now that she's had all weekend, she knows what witnesses are coming, right? Yeah. She has the list, like we have the list. So you wonder, who is she going to choose to cross-examine, and is it something that we're going to get to a point in her cross-examination where she's going to reveal maybe a hole in their testimony, or she's going to doubt or try and cast doubt in the eyes of the jury about something they may have investigated or something they didn't do. We saw a little bit of that in the last trial. Even
they're not very strong, right?
Yeah, even in this trial, who would send this out for testing, and why didn't you test this or that? Again, still no aha moment. She hasn't had that one yet. So we'll see if this weekend gave her any more fuel to cross-examine or if she looks at the witness list and says, I'm waiting for Hermosillo, or I'm waiting for some of the forensic detectives in this case. If she's got something that we just don't know about, that will kind of make the jury sit back and go, whoa, maybe that's the hole in the case.
That's where the door could fully be open, though, with Hermosillo, because he was at the Idaho townhome. He was in Rexburg, and he was looking for this Jeep. If she asks the wrong question and he brings up a separate investigation involving her children, and she keeps going down this line of questioning that has been, would be dangerous for her, and the jury opens the door, now Trina K can redirect and ask about the children in more detail. I think this is the opportunity here for us to finally see the door wide open. We find out about the prior murders.
And will Trina let her do that? I mean, I would imagine, Trina will see
she would object, right? She would keep on objecting, and the judge can only warn her so many times about opening the door.
And he has done, I think, he's done so more than I think most judges would have. But then again, like you said, how far does that door go open? Does she even realize? Will she even realize at that point that she's opened that door? I don't think Detective Hermosillo would recognize it or really care at that point. He's just there to answer questions. So, who knows? I do wonder, though, like how quickly we will get to him.
That's going to be the big test.
Yeah. And then, of course, we
balance
talk
with the FBI. Those are two witnesses because they were very focused on the Idaho investigations.
Right.
So there's your chance to open the door.
Because we still have to establish for the jury that Alex was the one in the Jeep and was the one that shot, right? They're still in the jury's eyes. That still needs to be the foundation of all of this. So to me, I feel like they need to get to that point. And then once the jury realizes, okay, it was her brother, it was the Jeep, it's their Jeep, her brother in the Jeep. And then you get into the nuance of these are the conversations they were having. These are the text messages. These were the things that they were doing behind the scenes leading up to this. And again, like you said, whether or not that other door opens, that shows that, sheds light on all the other stuff they were doing around this time, because we know what happened or what was going on in October of 2019, everything that had happened before that, everything that was about to happen. But the jury has no idea about all of that. And like we talked about last week, the January of 2020, and when law enforcement, all of them were starting to talk, and you started to see these pieces kind of fall into place. The jury has no idea, like you said before, about the incident, about the attempt on Tammy's life outside the home. They have no idea about all of this stuff. But as we know in the bigger picture,
and that
this
could be confusing
case plays a crucial role in that.
Yeah. So it's like opening the door is one thing and would totally just destroy Lori and end this real fast. But also the jury could be very confused about, well, what is going on? You're open, what are we talking about? What investigation?
Yeah.
Because there's so many that are
even if you put Alex there, the jury's probably thinking, okay, well, Alex, okay, fine. He's in the Jeep. He's the one shooting. What does that have to do with Lori?
Yeah. So we have Alex in the Jeep, not visible as far as during the shooting or after the shooting.
But we know she's aware of the Jeep, right? It's known to her because it's in the garage in the summer of 2019.
Yeah, the Jeep is theirs.
Right.
It's Tylee's, but Alex is, believed to be driving that Jeep. Alex is located at the storage unit in Rexburg. And so Alex is also located at a Walmart getting burner phones with Lori before this trip. There are multiple locations where they're together, and then you can easily bring out a lease agreement at the Rexburg townhomes because he stayed in an apartment right by her. So you can establish that they were together all the time, that they lived near each other. They had moved from Arizona. He was a gun owner, and that in the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account has been used in multiple trials. Alex is really the big perpetrator here, according to the state, but he's not alive to even stand trial, right? So the proof, trying to get the proof, is that Lori actually directed him to do that, and you need all 12 jurors to believe that, all 12 that will be on the final jury deliberating.
One other thing that we hadn't really talked about, I think you and I talked about it last week just between us, but one of the things that we noticed in the last trial was the jury was asking questions. I have not heard this jury ask any questions up until this point. Now, I know we're only, 3-4 days into this trial now at this point with the delay. But we found it interesting in the last trial, the type of questions they were asking. The fact that they were asking questions, which they have the right to do, but it was the kind of questions. Like that gives you, it's almost a window into maybe what they're thinking. I have not heard the jury ask any questions yet.
Yeah, they have not.
And whether we get to that point, are we at that point in the case, like you said, where they feel like they were going to need to ask questions? This is their first weekend back now since this trial started. Will we see any of them?
I mean, the instruction would be the same, right? They're allowed to ask questions. These cases, I know the difference is that the victim is alive, but we have not heard questions asked. There were several good questions that the jury brought up in the case involving Charles Vallow's murder. So,
and the judge will ask, look, does the jury have any questions? No. Again, I wonder if we're at that point now in this trial where they're starting to go, okay, there's some gaps here. There's some things that, or, again, do they come back after the weekend break and go, I'm sorry, I forgot this, that, or the other. And again, whether that provides prosecution or to the defense any sort of clue into where their mind is. And do they need to, does that lead the prosecution anyway to go, well, we should really focus more on this to clear this up for the jury. So maybe this is the week for them to start asking questions.
In a lot of our comments, people just want to see the door open. They want to see the information come out. Of course, that would be interesting to see if that happens. But she has teetered across teetered on the edge of this line, and Judge Boreski has given multiple warnings and even said that in opening statements, he said she's opening a really big door when she talks about being such a great family member and loving person with no malice. Don't think any convicted killer can argue that they have great character. I mean, only if you are
You can
the
certainly
convicted
argue
killer.
it.
You can argue it, but anybody else
Right.
would say, nah,
Yeah.
that's not a good person, right? If you've killed a number of people, including your kid.
Yeah, you've been convicted in a court of law multiple times. Also, our panel brought up a great point that all of this really too is important for, the appeal process.
Mm-hmm.
So Lori can't come back and say, "Well, I wasn't informed and I didn't realize that opening the door would mean this, that." Look, we've heard it over and over again from Boreski in both trials now, warning her that this is how you could open the door, and you want to be very careful.
Yeah.
So there at this point, if that door was to swing wide open and the floodgates come rushing out, I don't think that it would matter much on the appeal process because she's been adequately warned, and I would hope her advisory council is doing their jobs and letting her know, that the certain lines of questioning, certain questions you would ask, leave that that possibility there, and you don't want to leave that on the table.
And Lori's appeal in Idaho is active. That was just recently filed this month, but also normal when you're convicted of murder that you have
pretty standard,
an appellate briefing and all that. So that will be something that takes who knows years, but that's going on as well in Idaho. So today, just in about a few minutes, we should be getting underway for day 3 of trial. Looking at our live feed, it's the camera pointed at the door where Lori Daybell will walk into the courtroom, sit with their advisory council, and not sure if we'll hear some housekeeping issues that will take place before the jury of 15 come in. I remember she had asked for a hearing regarding 404B and 405 and whatnot in character evidence. I don't know if that brief hearing will happen at some point. But Ryan Pillar will be back on the stand to testify and talk about the investigation into Brandon Boudreaux's shooting on October 2nd, 2019. Also, want to remind everyone it's been 5 years since the remains of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan were discovered on Chad Daybell's property. It's been a long time. It seems like it was just yesterday when we were reporting on that and how tragic that was. JJ's grandparents, rushing to the scene that week and getting to that property and seeing it. I mean, this was a place that many reporters and many people who cover the story had been to months before because that's Chad's home. He had his kids living there, and the question was, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Even when Lori was in jail at the time at the Madison County Women's Detention Center in Rexburg, a lot of people just had no idea. I mean, there were so many theories that were popping up. Where were they? And as time went on, you just felt like, okay, this is taking a turn for the worse. And then June 9th came.
You have to wonder how emotional today is for Kay and Larry. Both Nate Eaton was saying earlier, Kay's in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Brandon and his wife are also there, but that's weighing heavily on Kay's mind today. She's been in court since day one of this trial. She was around for most of the trial, obviously testified in the last trial just a few months ago. So an emotional day, I'm sure, for them. Packed house this morning, it looks like. Not everybody able
a lot
to
of
get
public
into court
interest
this morning. And I think that is a great litmus test of, how not only important this trial is to the whole saga. I know, we could say, look, Brandon, he got out. He was the only one that survived this whole saga. But again, to get justice for him, at the same time, I think this case continues to show just how personal it is to those who didn't know anybody in this, but they feel for the kids. They feel for Tammy. Obviously Brandon and Charles, that it really has kind of hit a nerve for people. We see the response online, and so today, very emotional day, I'm sure, for at least the Woodcocks and Brandon and his family, knowing that I'm sure not lost on them that today really is the 5-year anniversary for that.
I also put in a request with MCSO just to double check, like I have been the past few days, because it's been an interesting week. If Lori Daybell is in court, just in case there are any delays. From what we know, she's not as sick as she was a week ago, but just want to double check that we expect her in court today. And remember, Judge Boreski admonished not just her, but the counsel, when they were running late last Friday,
Yes.
Whether it was a delay because of personal reasons or still in the office printing paperwork. I mean, Judge Boreski wants this on time. He respects the time of the jury. He respects the victims, and he wants this thing to get on track after multiple delays already. But it looks like that pace has been pretty quick as we are now on witness number 9, Officer Ryan Pillar, back on the stand today. And whenever we get Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo, I mean, that is going to be huge, as well as the FBI's Nicholas Balance. Only a couple of civilian witnesses left. I don't know how much they would have to offer as far as testimony, but really law enforcement is going to be huge now after having the key witness and victim, Boudreaux, testifying. This case seems pretty simple.
Yeah, you wonder, are there any other bombshells this week? Will we see the Jeep on some of these traffic cameras? Will we see Alex in the driver's seat? We established, again, late last week that they had evidence to track the Jeep coming down I-40 towards Phoenix just a little over 24 hours before the shooting.
26, yeah.
Right. So I feel like we're gonna pick up where they left off there at some point, showing the Jeep in and around the house in, the night before, or even the morning of. Will we, for them to really show the jury, look, this Jeep, this one you're looking at right here, green one, no tire on the back. This one was around the house, was around the neighborhood at the time of the shooting. And then again, the Ring doorbell camera, which didn't offer much other than the audible of the shot. It was hard to make out. You could kind of see a greenish Jeep.
Pretty loud bang, though.
Yeah, pretty loud bang. I'm kind of surprised more people in the neighborhood didn't hear it. But I guess at that early in the morning, maybe people aren't up or they were already off to work. But again, will we see another bombshell of somebody in this Jeep or Alex or Lori or whatever? We know that there's video from the storage shed up in Idaho. Will we see that? What that will mean for this case? But I fully expect to hear a lot more about this green Jeep in the next coming days as they kind of lay out their case that Alex was there and that Lori was a part of this.
The color kind of changes. Brandon has described it as a puke green color. Yeah. It's also been, we have photos of it, from evidence photos from Gilbert PD, and it looks very gray. But
it's going to look a little bit different on these traffic cameras,
depending on
just
the
way that they're set up.
Yeah. But again, the argument is that the back seat was taken out, the rear wheel was taken out, and that Alex was able to recline.
And look how dark the windows are. They talked a lot about that too. You're in this neighborhood, you drive by it, it's very difficult to see inside.
And this is the Chandler house, so less tinting probably. So they tinted it even more before the shooting,
in October,
allegedly. Yeah, so it already looks dark there. But yeah, of course, in the Texas license plate there. At this time, this is Tylee's car, right?
Yeah.
And that's the sad part. Like, she drove this and, hung out with her friends and just did normal teenage things. And for what we know, liked living here in the Valley and did not want to move to Rexburg, Idaho, but felt this, obligation to take care of her little brother, JJ. And then, within a week of moving to Rexburg, she's murdered. It's just, but that was her car until her murder, and then the car gets tweaked, upgraded, I guess you could say, with the tinting, and this shooting happens. So, okay, we're seeing court get underway with approaching the bench. Parties approaching the bench. For you guys,
Lori.
You'll see this in 30 minutes. We'll have you guys watch On the Records episode from last Friday. We'll see in a little bit. On day 2 of the final Lori Daybell trial, More warnings and more intense exchanges between her and the judge. Removed from the courtroom and put on timeout. The victim in the case back on the stand to be questioned by his former relative, the so-called Doomsday Mom, accused of trying to get him killed. Developing twist in court with the possibility of opening the door for the jury to hear about 4 previous murders that Daybell has been convicted for. I'm Justin Lum, and we are on the record. If you've been following this case in these 2 trials here in Arizona for Lori Daybell as long as we have, then you know that Judge Justin Boreski has been patient, to say the least, accommodating for the pro se defendant that is the so-called Doomsday Mom. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obi. Multiple warnings after several objections about the line of questioning, bringing in the character of Lori Daybell as Lori Daybell cross-examined Brandon Boudreaux for the first time and brought up how this was a happy family and she, watched his kids grow up, helped, and witnessed their coming into this world and, the love that she had for Melanie Boudreaux, her niece, and his ex-wife. But this was slowly cracking open the door more and more. And Trina Kay, the prosecutor, was ready to tell the jury the real facts behind why we're here and how we're here.
Lori has made kind of a living in court trying to persuade anybody who will listen that her character, her personality, her demeanor, that she wants people to look at her, as someone who is nice and would never do these horrible things. And so we heard yesterday Brandon obviously not describe her in a way that made her look bad. He obviously blamed her in a roundabout way of ruining his marriage to Melanie. And so clearly I think Lori wanted to try and reestablish that she's not this horrible person.
Yeah.
She's not the one that would make accusations. She would, but again, like you said, she's walking a fine line because, as the judge has said, look, your character, if you want to go that route, there are things about your character in your past that if you open that door, it's going to be real hard to close.
Convictions in 4 murders.
Yes. And so she spent a lot of time cross-examining Brandon, but she specifically spent a lot of time talking about their family dynamic and more specifically his relationship and his marriage at one point to Melanie.
But and the cross-exam was broken up. We had breaks. The jury needed breaks, 10, 15-minute breaks, and you had these sidebars, some of them longer sidebars lasting for 10 to 15 minutes. But at one point this morning, right, we hear the term 404B. We hear the term 405, criminal law rules that are being discussed that we're not experts on. But in this case, Lori wanted a hearing to discuss how she could, talk about herself and have this line of questioning. But again, the what Judge Boreski said is that, even though the state had withdrawn that 404B notice or whatnot, they can, if you open the door, they're going to walk right through it. Let's listen to this the most intense exchange between Daybell and Boreski.
We've concluded that sidebar, a record's been made. I would just caution the defendant, again, she needs to be very careful, and she's getting into areas that could open a huge door that I don't think she wants open. I'm going to make another record at 10:24 to 10:25. We held a sidebar that I don't think made it onto the court record. That sidebar, again, discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that, again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts, such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
And that would be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on.
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
And
So
would you
talk to
like,
your advisory counsel during the break. And
you don't
maybe
need to yell at me either.
they-
I'm,
yelling at you, okay?
yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to
Okay.
me that way. I'm
Take
very
her out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous to
Take
you.
her out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
So Lori gets put on timeout for about 10 to 15 minutes. They get back into the courtroom after that, and Judge Boreski has calmed down, and he tells her, if you keep doing that, we're taking away the pro per status. You're going to have an advisory council, represent you, which would be a whole other situation.
Yeah.
So she is once again given that warning, that final warning. She gets to cross Brandon. She apologizes. She's she's fine after that very fiery exchange. But with the cross with Brandon, you see the trauma that he's going through, reliving it, and being questioned by the person who's accused of being behind all of this.
Right.
And it was long cross, like you said, going into the afternoon, and we get into this allegation of how he was accused of being gay and having and leading to marital problems.
Yeah, I mean, he even admitted that even before June, late June of 2019, that things were starting to get rocky.
The
He
influence, right?
Yeah, he didn't get into great detail about specifics or what he believed the reasoning behind all of this was, but clearly I think he was working to maybe salvage his marriage at that point, and you get the indication that he feels like Lori wasn't helping, that Lori was almost making it worse. And again, the accusations obviously is one thing, and look, this is from Lori's perspective, this is your niece.
Yeah.
But if you really felt strongly that Brandon wasn't the right guy for your niece, there are ways to handle that. And then you talk about the revoking, when it comes to the LDS faith, and there were certain intricacies there. All of this kind of, again, the jury is being painted a picture that Lori is meddling, if you will, in this marriage. And Lori tried to bring it back in her questioning, like, look, are you saying you didn't say this, or you almost like, I would never do that. That's not who I am.
Well, they spent a lot of time together as aunt and niece, and she was looked at as a mother-like figure, according to Brandon, but she is starting to have these bizarre religious beliefs already. 2018
and we know
into
that
2019.
by now. Yes.
We
That's
know
already
that,
been in court.
And she's been convicted because of that, or that evidence has been presented in Idaho and even here in Arizona for Charles Vallow's murder. And he was dealing with those struggles of trying to get her help mentally because of what she was saying about being a god and all of the stuff, and having the affair with Chad Daybell, who was the teacher in this case. But we know her pattern of cross-examine. Did you see me do that? And so here's her cross-examining Brandon about the whole situation of him being called gay.
On June 25th, Melanie told me that she believed that I was gay, correct?
That she herself had that belief.
Yes.
Not that that belief had come from me, but that belief had come from herself.
Are you asking me whether or not I think that belief came from you?
No, I'm saying, did she convey to you that she had that belief, period?
Yes.
Okay. And then later in the next line, you tell Detective Pillar, you convey to him that I convinced her of that fact.
Yes.
Okay. What made you believe I convinced her of that fact?
Conversations I'd had with Charles Vallow.
Okay. So did you hear me tell that to Melanie Boudreaux?
No.
Did you ever witness me talking to her about you?
Did I witness you talking to Melanie about me
Correct.
at any point?
About this topic, about being gay.
No, I did not witness you talking to her about this topic.
Okay. So you heard it from a third party, supposedly.
I heard it from Charles Vallow.
Okay. But not from me directly. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Fact that the jury has heard from Brandon that he believes, bottom line, that Lori had an influence on the end of his marriage because of how much influence that she had on her niece Melanie Pawlowski. And now we got to know and be confirmed through Trina K that she's a part of this investigation, this open case, as someone that is still being looked at as a suspect for alleged involvement. Has not been charged. No charges have been recommended at this time, but in this years-long investigation, she is clearly part of the inner circle and has been looked at as such.
Yeah, yet another unanswered question is we didn't know whether she was a prime suspect in all of this, whether she would be charged. For those that aren't aware, police departments can forward charges to the county attorney whenever they want, whenever they feel their case is strong enough. County attorney can then return that case and say, look, this isn't strong enough for a conviction. You either need more or we're not going to proceed. So this is the first time that those of us who have covered this saga, the first time we've heard it on the record. And as our panel said, there's no reason for Trina to make this up or throw it out there for any reason. The jury was not privy to this. So I think for us to hear that, and for those who are following this to hear that, I think it opens up a whole nother realm of possibility, because we have often wondered, again, unanswered question is, what was Melanie's role and why has she
How much did she know?
Right.
And we know she knew a lot about the religious beliefs because
We've
that's
seen
all
those
been brought out.
conversations,
Those
yes.
conversations, she's testified once before as well. Now, the reason this was brought up is because Lori wanted to bring in emails where Detective Pillar and Brandon Boudreaux are having conversations over the months following
in February of
shooting.
2020, yes.
And he wants to know if there's any information he needs to know about that would motivate Melanie at the time. Financial gain, not financial gain for Lori. So she's trying to, divert this somehow, but also saying she's not trying to blame Melanie. And prosecutor Trina K says, you want to open that door? Because those emails involve separate investigations.
Yes.
And we see what happens through the afternoon where there's a specific way of asking, whereas the jury still doesn't get all the details about the prior murder investigations.
Right, and we wondered
convictions.
what was in those emails, because you're right, there are going to be apparently things in those emails that would kind of open the Pandora's box to all of everything that had transpired, say, in the 3 or 4 months before February of 2020.
So they kind of like cracked it open. They didn't fully open the Pandora's box, but just enough to say Brandon provided information, screenshots, financial documents and things like that. But speaking of Ryan Pillar, lead case agent, very key in this. So he takes the stand talking about how he investigated the shooting, and the focus is back on this Jeep suspect vehicle that we know Tylee Ryan drove, but she had been, now we know, dead already, murdered in September. This happens in October, and the belief is that Alex Cox is driving this vehicle, and we're given a preview of license plate readers and how that was going to work out. Pillar gives a lot of, technical testimony, a lot of logistics and how the investigative process works for police and where the suspicion comes in. But we know that this Jeep was missing a rear tire on the back end and also the back seat. And I like this explanation in the direct exam and how Trina gets out how this Jeep was located across state lines. Let's take a listen.
On October 16th, did you learn that a license plate reader had recorded Lori Vallow's Jeep with that Texas plate LWD 0997 on the I-40 on October 1st of 2019?
Yes.
Was that reader located in Holbrook, Arizona?
Yes.
How long before the shooting of Brandon was Lori Vallow's Jeep seen on that I-40 heading towards Phoenix?
That Jeep was seen on the I-40 heading towards Phoenix approximately 26 hours and 30 minutes prior to the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux. In particular, the LPR, the license plate reader, has cameras. This was a DPS camera, if I recall correctly. Took a picture of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate LWD0997. And there was no wheel affixed to the back of the Jeep Wrangler, which Jeep Wranglers are typically have that wheel affixed to the back of them. In this image, 26 hours prior to the shooting, the wheel was not affixed to the back of that Jeep.
So now the jury has it very clear to them that this Jeep, the suspect vehicle, had moved from out of state and driven here 26 hours
Right.
prior,
Yeah.
and is seen by the victim here very, very clearly, located at the Vallow home back in July of 2019 for
Right.
an incident
Mhm.
regarding Lori, Vallow, and Alex Cox. So the name Alex Cox is being thrown out a lot. We know about his Ford pickup truck as well. It's very clear that, he uses guns. And another thing, Lori likes to cross-examine and try to poke holes in testing and law enforcement, what they didn't do. This whole neighborhood was canvassed. There was 14 detectives assigned to the scene. Pillar says we collected gunshot residue once we got that Jeep in November from Rexburg, Idaho. So all of these dots are connected because they had moved over to Rexburg, Idaho. Gunshot residue tested and DNA from the Jeep.
Right, and we're going to get into that on Monday. He is going to describe a lot of that part of the case, and then it sounds like the timeline. We're getting closer to narrowing that 26 hours, and as I predict, they're going to have evidence to show that same Jeep is now in the neighborhood a couple hours before, or at least the night before, the shooting at Brandon's house. At least I'm anticipating that's where she's going with this.
Homer J. Maximus Gmail account, a device that would have GPS tracking as well. So you have license plate readers and you have cell phone data. They want to narrow this down to Alex Cox. Right now, they haven't said it yet,
Right.
but gunshot residue tested, DNA taken from the Jeep. They want to make it clear and establish to the jury this is who we believe is the shooter, and we're going to tell you why he was put up to this by Lori, Vallow, Daybell. So a lot of forensic evidence today. Nate Duncan also took the stand, but Ryan Pillar now the 9th witness. And for those of you who don't know, I mean, this is the first time where we had Pillar, a lead agent on the Gilbert case, and then Duncan, lead agent on the Chandler case,
yeah.
together in an Arizona trial, all testifying against Lori Daybell. They testified in the Idaho trial, but, in this, last final chapter, here they are giving Trina what she needs to present this to the jury. It has been interesting already in 2 days, 9 witnesses. We still have to finish up the 9th with Pillar. But yeah, Monday morning, we'll see how Lori Daybell at some point tries to poke holes in his investigation.
And we should say that if at the end of court today, there was some housekeeping. Trina said that the prosecutor said that, look, I have 3 witnesses I'm bringing in next week. So that would make 12, clearly halfway through. And as we learned in the last trial, they didn't call every witness they planned on calling. They rested early.
Yeah. All right. So that'll do it for us. We cover a lot here. Like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. See you next time on The Record. All right, we are back. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects executive producer George Obi. You are watching coverage of the Doomsday Murder Trial final chapter, and not surprised, starting our Monday with a twist. For some reason, there's been about a 20-minute delay as court hasn't even gone into session. There was a quick sidebar between Judge Boreski and both parties, the prosecution and defense. And once that happened, the judge asked everyone, public, media, everyone to clear the courtroom. I assume that both parties are still in there with the judge. Not sure what is happening right now, but this stream for you all is still slated to start in just about a minute. We are watching the courtroom, so you'll see how that played out. We'll give you the play-by-play on that, but really we don't get a lot of details from what we saw for those few minutes before the delay.
No, all the sidebars up until this point, they'll play white noise in the courtroom, but they're on the record. Cameras are on. We're inside the courtroom while these sidebars are going on. Any procedural stuff will be on the record. So it's unusual. I don't recall this happening in the first trial here in Arizona a few months ago, where you have a sidebar and then Judge Boreski kicks everybody out. And we're not talking just the media. He kicked the public out. So he cleared the courtroom before the jury was brought in. And everybody's been waiting, going on, I don't know, 25 minutes now, kind of in the waiting room area outside the court, waiting to learn what's going on. Like you mentioned, Nate Eaton is there, reported a DOC administrator had just walked out of the courtroom. Not sure what that was all about, but they've been going on 25 minutes here, and apparently it was big enough to where the judge didn't want cameras to even show what was going on. You weren't going to hear much anyway, but for us not to be able to see what was happening, it's interesting.
Yeah. Are we able to get a double box, Glenn, or where we can a double to show the door there as we're waiting? Just wondering. No worries if not, but just to give you guys a look at how patient we've been in looking at the courtroom, and then as we thought we were about to get underway, that didn't happen as Judge Boreski cleared the courtroom. Hopefully this is not a juror issue, but that's the door. We talk about opening the door, but this is the real door to just differentiate. This is the door that Lori Daybell walks in and out of when court begins, when she's getting ready to get into the courtroom, and then after the day is over. That is the same door that she was told to go through when she was removed from court for that recess last Friday after Judge Boreski had enough. So we're just keeping an eye on that. This is the delayed stream, so you're going to see what led up to this delay. And
we know that everybody was there. We talked about it earlier this morning. As we see the door open here, we'll see Lori, her team. Everyone showed up this morning on time, it appeared. We hadn't heard of any jury issues or any late jurors.
Box of files.
Oh, yeah.
Big folder of files.
You'll even hear him go on the record once the judge walks in.
Yeah.
But then they quickly go to a sidebar. So again, as far as we know,
there was what happened after he went on the record. What did Judge Boreski know? What was he briefed on? But there's always something. There's always something that we're never really prepared for. It's always some sort of surprise. But for now, how about this? Let's take a look at the poll question. Can we do that and see what the results are as far as we asked who's been the strongest witness in trial so far? 500 votes. Thank you guys all for interacting with us and participating. We also have the poll question in our chat box. Brandon Boudreaux, easily 93% of you say that he has been the strongest witness in trial so far. He was witness number 1 for the state. They started things off with him, tell his story, very traumatizing to say the least, being shot at as he was arriving home after dropping off his kids to his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreaux. 2% say Ryan Pillar. 5% say Nate Duncan. And Nate Duncan got into the iCloud data, and he's also the lead agent on the Charles Vallow investigation. But that's interesting.
These personal witnesses, we could go back to the Idaho trials and talk about, the strongest witnesses in those cases. I would imagine most of us would look at the personal, the family or the those connected closely to this family.
Yeah. Let's stay. Yeah, now we're gonna go back to the courtroom. This is the sidebar. You see Lori Daybell with her counsel, Trina Kay.
Yeah.
And so that man to the right, could that be the official with? No, that I'm trying to feel like I've seen his face. Ryan Pillar sitting at the prosecution table, but you have this man here with the gold tie and the suit. All right, Judge Boreski said something to Daybell. Daybell's crossed her arms,
There's
walking back.
Brandon and his wife there in the front.
Yeah, something is up.
And again, they had not brought the jury in at this point.
Yeah.
That's typically
So they're
something
wondering
they'll do
what's
after
going
they go
on.
the record.
The jury's waiting to go.
Yeah.
Trina's smiling, and that may be someone with the state sitting at that table behind her. You see a shot of Daybell looking over.
It's really hard to tell from their facial expressions.
If only we could read lips.
Yeah. Well. And even when Judge Boreski was going at it with Lori Vallow Daybell last week, his facial expressions were pretty calm, pretty normal. Did raise his voice, but really hard to tell from his body language when he gets upset. So, and here we are back on the seal, and they've been like that for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah. So at that point is where they were told to leave.
Yes.
Clear the room.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting. I'm like.
Yeah. We're
checking to see with whoever knows in the lobby, but there's a lot of unknown people probably milling around the lobby, just waiting to get back in. And
we've heard, we heard last week the judge kind of remind the jury, please show up on time. I think that first day they had a juror or two that might have been running up against the clock, but you do wonder, you don't want to speculate too much, but you do wonder if this is related potentially to an issue with a potential juror. Even if this were a witness that say, because as we learned last week, Trina Kay did mention to the court, look, I've got witnesses, as she did in the previous case, I've got witnesses coming in from out of town. Mm-hmm. So, to predict when they're going to testify can be a little tricky. You've really got to plan it out. You don't know how long cross is going to take. You don't know if the judge is going to wrap early or if there are going to be issues with jurors. And so it can be challenging for anybody, whether it's a defense attorney or a prosecutor, to line up their witnesses, especially when they're coming in from out of town, they're flying them in from out of state, and whether they're prepared. Again, you can shuffle witnesses around. You can say, look, I'm going to call this witness later because they can only come into town on a Tuesday or Wednesday. So that's fairly easy to do as long as it doesn't jeopardize your case. But, we hard to tell, really. We know that wasn't going to be the first witness anyway, right? We already knew that we were going to pick up where we left off on Friday, and that is Lori was going to be first up to continue her cross.
The sidebar continues, though, just without presence of anyone else in the courtroom.
Which, again, is unusual. We didn't see that in the last trial. We didn't see them clear the courtroom for a sidebar for any reason.
Exactly.
And they had some jury, issues to deal with in the last trial, but everything else went relatively smooth. So.
And I guess maybe they foresaw that it would take a while, because usually it's just white noise played for the courtroom, so you wouldn't hear what's being said in a sidebar anyway. Yeah. All you do is be watching, their mannerisms and just things like that. But so this has been going on now for about 30 minutes, this sidebar. And like Nate Eaton reported, someone with the Department of Corrections walked out, so they must have said their piece, or whatever they needed to do, they did. and they're still going.
I can only, again, if we're thinking out loud here. Then you wonder, okay, if it's not a juror issue, is it an issue with a potential witness, or is it something to do maybe with counsel? Is there someone in her legal counsel that can no longer continue, or is there even a major scheduling issue would be addressed on the record in court? Sidebars obviously are things they don't want on the record, so you would almost have to, if you dig deeper, you'd almost have to look at there's something that is big enough to where they don't need it on the record, but they need to address it immediately. Because as we've talked about, this could be the week the prosecution wraps their case.
Yeah, this is 22 witnesses, and really the state's going to go through them no problem because there's not really much objection from Lori. She will do cross, but she doesn't object to, direct is pretty smooth. It's just, it's exhibit after exhibit, and it's just, she's got a script. Trina K knows what she's doing, but I think the big testimonies that we are awaiting, Ray Hermosillo with Rexburg Police, Nicholas Balance with the FBI. Civilians are usually very quick. I mean, you had the neighbor, Lynette Mendoza, that lasted for less than 10 minutes.
Right.
They really just needed to establish the video, and get that through her. The homeowner, Elizabeth Collins, that was quick as well. So, and then you have witnesses from the DEA and other police departments that talk about forensics. It's very, very dry testimony, but those won't be the meaty ones. It's going to be anyone from Gilbert Police, Rexburg, and FBI. Those are going to take some time. Other than that, you could see the state rest by midweek.
We do, as we touched on last week, there was, if those who have been watching this trial with us the entire time, all last week, remembers that Lori had to postpone her cross-examination of Brandon because she wasn't quite prepared, was still missing some information from her investigator. But that was all done on the record. All that discussion that they had about allowing Lori to continue her cross at Brandon at a later date, that was all done on the record.
Nate Eden reporting, we are being let back into the courtroom. Lori and her team remain at their table. Judge is not on the bench. So they're let back in around 11:10 right now. We'll still wait for Judge Boreski to return to the bench. So by the time you all see the stream of things getting back on track, it's going to be about 11:40. But that is a good sign that this sidebar isn't taking an hour or so. The Truth Sleuth says, I think the prosecution is opening the door. Daybell didn't look happy, but it's hard to judge, so her face and facial expressions and what the context is. But yeah, I don't know if that is going to happen, if the prosecution is just going to say, we're bringing it all in now. It was a sidebar for a notice because they had withdrawn the 404.
Yes.
Can they change their mind and say, hey, you already have been, very dangerous close to the line, opening the door, trying to say you have great character. Let's just knock this out right now.
Right. Well, and that was a lead up to a lot of what we saw last week when Lori was booted from the courtroom. Mm-hmm. That was the crux of the discussion. And that is what I think we're all waiting to see is whether or not that's the road they go down, and allow that to be brought into the trial. Of course, that would shake things up, I think, quite a bit. I think Trina, I'm sure, has a plan if that were to be the case.
Trina looked like she was in a good mood after. Mm-hmm. It's hard to say. I've she's a prosecutor. Usually, very serious. You're handling business, but she didn't come out of that sidebar we saw before they were asked to clear the room as unhappy with anything. She had a chuckle with whoever that official was in that suit with her. The back table. But we are going to see in just a little bit. We'll be watching this. We're still on the state seal right now, but as Nate Eden just reported, getting their seats. Everyone's shuffling back into the courtroom.
It says the judge is not there. Again, not uncommon. You usually get to the courtroom early. And then once the judge walks in, then they go on the record, not too long after that. I think Nate would have noticed that anybody was noticeably absent from the courtroom. I guess we'll find out soon. So again, this idea that maybe the legal counsel for Lori, maybe they're missing a piece, but it doesn't sound like anybody is missing at this point. But you have to wonder what's going through Brandon and Kay's head. Kate Woodcock, Brandon Boudreaux in court this morning. We talked this morning again about the anniversary of the children's bodies being found here 5 years ago on June 9th. And then this delay, what maybe this delay will do for the case as a whole.
The jury hasn't been in there at all.
No, we would ordinarily be taking maybe an after or early morning break in the next 20 or 30 minutes before the lunch recess at noon. And here we are at least 11:14 in real time. We haven't even gotten it underway.
All right, so here's what we'll do. We're seeing it in real time now. Let's take a break. You guys will see the stream in a little bit. Hey, Glenn? Hello, everyone. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects EP George Obi. You're looking at the state seal, this delay that took about 30 minutes, this long sidebar that no one else was present for besides the parties of the defense, prosecution, and Judge Boreski. We don't know much about what went on this sidebar, but things are back underway, as everyone is going to see in just a moment, as prosecution will call its next witness. So a little bit of a spoiler, but Ryan Piller's testimony is ongoing and will continue at a later time, not sure when.
Yeah, we saw this happen last week where Lori had to delay her cross of Brandon. Now she's had to basically stop her current cross-examination of Detective Pillar, and they will move on to other witnesses and bring him back later. So, again, another twist in this whole saga. Again, the jury is going to have to decide whether this is more confusing or less confusing. But interesting that they cleared the courtroom out. We hadn't seen that before with a sidebar anyway, where the judge clears the whole courtroom of the media and family.
Yeah.
And this went on for about a half an hour.
And so the jury not able to see what was going on as well. They were delayed and probably wondering, well, why are we starting late today? But, you know, the judge is going to tell the jury, don't worry about that. Don't think about that. Don't let that affect your duty in this at all. Now, Trina will have to bring this back to make it make sense for the jurors when Pillar does take the stand, because there's a lot that they covered. That was on Friday. They had the whole weekend. So that direct and how she finishes off with him is going to be important. And then whether or not Lori decides to cross and then redirect. But this is the lead case agent. This is the second time, or will be the second time, that a witness is taken out of order. But yeah, the question remains, and I don't think we'll ever know, is what happened during that sidebar for 30 minutes and what needed to be discussed. But, you know, the good sign is that they got back into the courtroom and continued things. Yeah. So it can't be too bad.
No, and so we should remind everybody watching who may just be following along this week. We left off with Detective Pillar on Friday. He was kind of laying out that they had been tracking or had tracked the Jeep. Obviously, later on when they investigated, tracked the Jeep along I-40 coming down towards Phoenix, and about 26 hours before the shooting. So we expect much of that questioning, whether it's with Detective Pillar or others today, to hone really in on that Jeep, the Jeep that was seen in the neighborhood at the time of the shooting of Brandon. And I would expect there are going to be more witnesses as we narrow down the scope here who can testify that this Jeep was not only spotted on I-40 headed towards Phoenix, but now I would imagine they're going to start pinpointing this Jeep closer to Brandon's home in the hours and maybe even minutes before the shooting in October of 2019. So I think the jury, we'll find out if they have any questions after some of these witnesses. But from their point of view, that's kind of where we left off.
And they seem to be following along well, because there haven't been questions like we talked about earlier. They haven't a thought to ask. I mean, you are given the floor to ask questions, but yet we have not heard one question about the evidence so far. So we will see Detective Ryan Pillar, obviously an important witness, but yeah, a lot of stuff we expect to hear from as far as technical evidence, license plate readers, the Jeep. This Jeep will be such a main focus because we know that the windows were tinted, and how that is going to be brought out.
Robert, we are back on the record, at least on the delay. The judge, everybody's back in the courtroom.
There's Lori Daybell talking to her counsel.
Now, Trina Kay just walked out of the courtroom, presumably to bring in her next witness, because as we've just learned, Detective Pillar will be brought up for his continued cross by Lori Vallow.
Pillar's sitting right there in the middle, and so he's been there every day at the prosecution table. He's going to be a very big help to Trina Kay, sorting through the evidence, exhibits, and things like that. Lori Daybell going through her notepad. Next to her on her left, far left, that's her paralegal. And there comes Trina Kay with her witness, and appears to be a civilian witness that you guys are about to see. Brandon Boudreaux in the gallery as well with his wife. It is a packed house. You've got a lot of people from the general public right there in the gallery.
We know Kate Woodcock was there this morning.
This camera angles from the media room, looking out through the window, the glass of the media room. You're not going to see the media there in the back row.
All right, please be seated. The
Jury's
jury is
in.
present. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We had to resolve an issue this morning. Please don't speculate on that, and it's no one's fault as to why there was a delay getting started this morning. If you'll recall, on Friday afternoon, we started testimony from the case agent who's seated at the prosecutor's table. And we're going to take another witness out of order now, so we'll resume him at a later time. But at this time, the state's going to take a witness out of order. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Daniel Moss.
All right, so you're going to come stand right here in front of my clerk, and she's going to swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, so a witness taken out of order. You can see on his shirt Dan's window tinting. This is
right up
Daniel Moss from Rexburg, Idaho. And so you can imagine we are going to get back into evidence on that Jeep Wrangler and the window tinting for this alleged crime. This is witness number 10.
And if you can scoot in close to the mic. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Dan Moss. I own a window tinting shop in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you owned a window tinting shop there in Rexburg, Idaho?
Since 2008.
And is it just you working there, or do you have others working for you?
We have other employees.
Okay. Do you have a website for your company?
Yes.
And how do you get business? Do people come in? Can they call you to get a quote? What happens when someone is interested in getting their car tinted?
They can stop by and get a quote. They can email us through the website. There's a phone number on the website. They can call, text. Pretty much, we make it as easy as possible.
Okay. If someone calls, who answers? Is there like an office phone, or where does that come?
There's a shop phone, so it could be me or one of the other employees.
Okay. And if someone calls in and requests a window tint job, how do you set up sometimes to tell them when an appointment might be available?
If somebody calls in, we just pull out a calendar right then and just give them some dates and times that they can come by. If that doesn't work for them, usually they can drop off the car before hours or after hours.
Okay. Do you ever send them like a text saying, we have an appointment available at this time? Would that work for you?
Every day.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about window tint in general. Are there different levels or percentages of tinting that are put on?
Yeah, there's it's called the VLT percentage, visual light transmittance. So what your eye can see, not infrared or ultraviolet, but the visual light that comes through the glass is represented by a number, and the window film manufacturers assign that number to how dark the film is.
Okay.
So 5% window film only lets in 5% of the visible light. 70% lets in 70% of the light, essentially looks clear, where 5% is black, really dark.
So if someone puts 5% VLT onto a vehicle, are you able to see into that car?
No.
What about 20%? What is that?
You can see like a silhouette of somebody that's in there.
Okay. And can people do different percentages like front or rear windows?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about some business that you did with, back on September 23rd and 25th of 2019. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 183. If I can have my paralegal approach with that. If you take a look at that, does that contain an affidavit that you signed authenticating some different screenshots from the business phone as well as screenshots from your camera system in your business?
Yes, it does.
And do those relate to a phone call that was received on September 23rd at 1:54 p.m. from a 480-351-9120 number?
Yes.
And then sort of the business of tinting relating to that initial call.
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 183. Wait, that's what I said.
183 is a packet.
Yes.
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibit is admitted, you said 81?
183.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even close, 183.
All right, and if I could have the Elmo, thank you. All right. I'll start with sort of what is described in this as, let me zoom out. Were you contacted at some point by law enforcement and asked about an individual with that 480-320 number contacting your business to have window tint put on a Jeep?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, end up scheduling an appointment and, in fact, putting tint on a Jeep?
Yes.
So did you provide law enforcement, starting with this first page of 183's attachments, a screenshot of your phone showing when you received that first call from the 480-20 number?
Yeah.
And so this was September 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And then that was at the 1:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it's a couple days later, did you or your business reach back to that 480-351? Advise them that you had an appointment available?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little on this. Is this, I guess, the message that was sent that was kept as part of your business records regarding setting up a time for this individual to bring in their Jeep?
Yes.
So on September 25th, they were advised they could drop the Jeep off at 9 to have work done?
Yes.
Okay. Was this a message that you sent out?
Yes.
And so when you're sending this in the morning at 7:27 a.m. and you're advising them that they can drop off the car and it will be worked on?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to put up, can you describe for us what we see here?
Looks like I'm cleaning some windows, just about ready to put some film on that door
Okay.
glass.
So this is you actually, you did the work on this Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about, this is the vehicle that was associated with the 480-351-9120 number.
Yeah.
Now this is a two-door Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
When you are looking at a vehicle like a Jeep Wrangler, do they come with factory tint on them?
Yes.
So when a vehicle has factory tint on it, what do you do when they're brought in to put tint on them?
All the time, people come in and ask to darken the factory tinted glass because the factory tinted glass is usually like a 20% VLT. And you just layer another dark layer on top of it.
Okay, so you don't have to try to take off that other tint, you're just putting another layer on top of it.
Yep.
So in this case, you said you were cleaning, we can see a spray bottle, you clean the glass before you put the next layer on?
Yep.
When you are talking about different percentages of tint, in this case, do you recall being asked to put a 5% tint on the rear windows?
Yes.
So if there's already tint on the car and then you add the 5%, does that make it even darker than what we would expect on a normal 5%?
Yeah, if you slide a VLT meter on there like all officers have usually in their car, it will usually net like 2% or 0% VLT.
And so would that mean you can't see anything in the back?
Yeah, dark.
So if someone was laying or sitting in the back of this Jeep and you tried to walk by and look in there, you wouldn't be able to see it?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
Having worked on these cars and seen what this looks like, are you familiar with whether or not you can see someone inside the vehicle with that dark of tint?
Yes, definitely.
So from your personal experience, you are telling us that with the 5% and then the additional factory tint, you would not be able to see into the back of that Jeep.
Broad daylight, you can't see in.
Now, the 20% that's in these front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking to us earlier, you said that people are able to drop off their vehicles to be worked on.
Yes.
Do you recall in this case whether or not you saw the person who dropped this off?
I do not.
Okay. Now, we see that you have some cameras inside your shop for you to work on. Did you attempt to screenshot images to show the rear license plate of this vehicle?
Yes.
And I'm going to put some of these up, also part of packet 183. Do you recall the colors of the license plate on that Jeep?
They were white.
Okay. Did it have black lettering?
Yes.
Okay, so is that an Idaho plate?
No.
Okay. Did you know what state plate that was?
Texas. I would
Texas?
guess.
Could I get you to speak up just a little bit? Thanks.
So it was a white plate with black lettering that you recognized to be from Texas?
Yes.
But you were unable to get the exact lettering of that plate from your surveillance system?
Correct. At the distance and angle, it was blurry.
Okay. One other question in this. On this Jeep, did you note there was like a sticker down here on the
Yes.
front windshield?
Yeah.
So that was there when the Jeep was brought in and dropped off to you?
Yes.
When you are completed with the job, do you send a sort of receipt of some type?
Yes.
And do we see that here as a part again of Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And did that describe the work you did?
Yes.
So we see again, this was sent to the 480-351-9120.
Yes,
So we know it was a Jeep Wrangler, what we saw in the photograph
yes,
with the Texas license plate.
yes,
And so it was 200, how much you charged?
yes.
And then it says 5% rear and 20% front. What does that mean then?
That we put 5% window film on the back 3 windows and 20% on the front doors.
And then with our start and end time, does that mean that you completed this work in about an hour on September 25th of 2019?
Approximately.
Do you recall seeing the individual who had this Jeep ever pick it up?
I don't.
So did you have any contact with the owner that you recall at this point?
Not that I can recall.
So other than knowing that you were dealing with this Jeep that was documented, the 2-door Wrangler, associated to that 480-351-9120 number, you can't tell us anything else about the owner.
Correct.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you. Okay, we'll call Thomas Miller.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Thomas Miller, THOMASMILLER.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, now the full order of the ring.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Special Agent Thomas Miller with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
How long have you worked for Drug Enforcement Administration?
Approximately 27 years.
What do you do there?
I currently am the unit chief of the National License Plate Reader Program for the DEA.
Can you tell us what the National License Plate Reader Program is?
It's a law enforcement tool that was developed and utilized by the DEA to enforce its Title 21 statutory authority to facilitate drug trafficking investigations and any other drug-related crimes in the drug trade.
So in there, we hear the term license plate reader. What is that? What is a license plate reader? How does that work?
It is a camera that we normally have positioned on any known drug route utilized by drug traffickers. A lot of the LPRs have a software, it's called optical character recognition, or better known as OCR. What this OCR software allows the LPR camera to trigger on the alphanumeric characters on a license plate, and it will create an image or images, and simultaneously it will also create a XML or a textual file. And at that time, the images and the text file are then paired up and is then saved in the DEA server.
Okay. You used the term LPR. Is that shorthand for something?
Yes, a license plate reader.
Okay. So it's easier for us to say LPR.
Yes.
Is there a system called Diesel that relates to the National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, Diesel is our tactical query and alert system, and it stands for the DEA Special Intelligence Link, and that's how we access the information that is saved from the LPR cameras.
Okay. So can law enforcement agencies outside of the DEA access this Diesel system to determine if any of the cameras have caught a specific license plate?
Yes. The El Paso Intelligence Center, where the Diesel platform is located, they will vet state, local, tribal, and other federal law enforcement personnel to have or gain access to our Diesel platform.
Okay. So certain law enforcement agencies can get access Diesel to see if a license plate has been read on any of the cameras.
Yes, as long as it's they're ingested into our Diesel platform.
And by ingested, what do you mean?
After the LPR camera that does feed into the Diesel platform, it will go into the Diesel platform where they can access that.
Do all of these license plate readers capture like just a photo of the license plate, or is it the vehicle? What are we getting in this system?
Depending on the vendor camera and the OCR, or the optical character recognition software, it will sometimes give you a visual of just the plate, and then other times will be the back plate, possibly depending on the position of another camera, the front plate, and sometimes an overall picture of the entire vehicle.
Okay. So if someone is driving on an interstate where one of these license plate readers are located, depending on the camera, it may capture a photo of the vehicle and of their license plate?
Correct.
Okay. Do all of these license plate reader cameras just look at the back of vehicles?
No, a DEA will sometimes also place cameras that read the front license plates. Usually we do this more for tractor trailers or semi-trucks who have a front plate that is different than the plate on the trailer.
I want to talk to you about the license plate reader near Holbrook, Arizona. For that reader on the I-40, does that camera capture the front or the back, or what does that camera capture there?
It captures the back plate, and there's two cameras, one each covering the 2 lanes on that road going westbound.
Okay. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 121. My paralegal can approach. So if you can take a look at Exhibit 121, let me know if you recognize the affidavit as well as the documents associated with it.
Yes, I do.
And does that contain an affidavit authenticating those records as well as a diesel citing of a license plate from your National License Plate Reader program?
Yes, it does.
And that's kept in the normal course of business.
Yes.
State will move to admit pursuant to 803 and 902.
Objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
121.
121's admitted. 121's admitted,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you. If I can have that to publish, please. All right. Let's start with the first page of this. So is this a document that's part of the National License Plate Reader diesel system?
Yes, it is.
So in this case, when we're looking at the top here, first we see plate. Is that the plate that's associated with this vehicle that we see here?
Yes, it is.
So that's LWD0997.
Yes, and I believe that was a Texas license plate.
Then the location here, DEA FCU AZ Holbrook. Can you tell us what that means?
Depending on who the unit chief was at the time, they will name a camera, specifically if it's owned by DEA, a certain name, and a lot of times it will include at least a city or town that's fairly close to that location.
And is this license plate reader on the I-40?
Yes, it is.
And is this one located a little to the, I guess, west or east of Holbrook on the I-40?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see a time and a date. So is that October 1st of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And it's 6:52 Mountain Standard Time?
Yes.
At that time on October 1st of 2019, if we convert that to Arizona time, is it 5:52?
Yes, it would be that time of the year.
Okay. Over here, we see highway name, you said I-40 westbound, and then direction giving us the westbound as well.
Yes.
In this photograph, we see the back of a vehicle with no tire on the back of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was there a second page of this that gave a closer up of the license plate on this?
Yes, it does.
And is that what was documented in the citing details of a Texas plate LWD 0997?
Yes.
State has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Mr. Thomas, is that the only picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st of the Jeep Wrangler?
I'm sorry?
Is that the only picture, license plate reader picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st?
Yes, that's the only picture in our diesel platform.
Okay. And how many license plate readers do you have in Gilbert, Arizona?
I am not sure on how many we exactly have.
Do you have any?
Yes, we do.
There's one on Gilbert Road, isn't there?
That I'm not sure. We have over 11,000 cameras that feed into the diesel platform.
Okay. What about in Mesa, Arizona? Are you aware of any in Mesa, Arizona?
I am unaware how many cameras that we have in Mesa, Arizona. We do have quite a few cameras, LPR cameras in Arizona.
And so of all those cameras that you have along this way, when this incident happened in Gilbert, Arizona, you don't have any other pictures of this Jeep? Is that correct?
No, but there's several reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times, we do have software and hardware issues with our LPR cameras, so they will be down at times, depending on speed, how old the camera is, sometimes speed and the amount of traffic will also have a bearing on whether or not an image is captured. And then there's ways to defeat LPR cameras as well.
There are ways to defeat them?
I'm sorry?
There are ways to defeat them?
Yes.
Interesting.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to that and move to strike defendant's comments.
The jury should disregard the noise that the defendant made after that answer. All right, go ahead and ask your
Sorry,
next
Your Honor.
question.
So, Mr. Miller, of all your cameras, you have no other pictures on October 1st, 2019 of that Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
I'm going to object to asked and answered twice already.
It is asked and answered, but he can go ahead and answer one more time.
That was that transaction of the diesel sighting was the only one in diesel.
Okay, so on October 2nd, you have no other pictures of this Jeep Wrangler as well, is that correct?
I'm not for sure if that ever was ran. I'm not for sure. What does happen is DEA does have a retention policy where as information or data that goes into the diesel platform is then expunged or deleted or purged from the diesel platform after 90 days.
And you don't have any from October 3rd as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any from October 1st, October 2nd, or October 3rd, is that correct?
And not to my knowledge.
And do you know how far from Gilbert, Arizona, Holbrook, Arizona is?
I'm not for sure the exact distance.
Would you be surprised if it was 173 miles?
I'm going to object to speculation. The witness has
can-
already indicated he doesn't know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know that.
So that would be about 3 hours from
I'm
Gilbert,
gonna again
Arizona?
Object
It's
to,
just, the objection's
That's fine.
sustained. He didn't know how far it was.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
just briefly. Sir, you told us that the DEA set up this system for drug trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that then have an impact on where cameras are located?
Yes, we specifically try to target drug corridors and drug routes that are utilized by drug trafficking organizations.
So if you thought there might be some drug corridor going through Gilbert, then you might stick a DEA license plate reader there?
Correct, or at least have a law enforcement partner that we will ingest their LPR camera data into diesel.
So let me ask this, are all license plate readers that you see across the country associated to diesel?
No,
So just because there may be a license plate reader on Gilbert Road, but does that mean that it's part of the diesel system?
no. In fact, there's so many different license plate reader programs out there that our program, comparatively to the totality of everything, is very small.
So DEA just ingests or has its own small percentage of cameras.
Yes.
They don't cover every single camera.
No, not at all.
You were asked about if a vehicle is driving in a drug trafficking corridor that the DEA is interested in, that there would be ways to defeat or not, I guess, be captured on these license plate readers. What did you mean by that?
There's definitely ways. They will remove their license plate. They will partially cover a plate. They will change a number temporarily. But a lot of times we will see things that will cover a plate, or at least part of the plate, to make sure that an LPR does not take an image.
And then you said the amount of traffic. So if traffic is busy, is LPR less successful in obtaining all of those vehicles and all of their license plates?
Yes, and depending on the age of the camera, there is a failure rate of the images that are taken by an LPR camera. So if there is a vehicle that is fairly close or tailgating another vehicle, it may not take a picture of the front vehicle.
Ultimately, in this case, what you're able to tell us is that on October 1st of 2019 at about 5:52 a.m., a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD0997 was going westbound on I-40 in Arizona?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
And Judge, can we sidebar briefly?
Yeah, let's sidebar. All right, members of the jury, again, please don't put them close to the mics. That's what I think makes the feedback. I apologize for the late start we got this morning. We're going to break just a couple minutes early for the lunch recess, but we're going to start at 1:15 p.m. 1:15 p.m. Please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
All right, the jury let out for lunch just a little bit early. We have seen two witnesses take the stand. Dan Moss, the window tint shop owner, and then Thomas Miller with the DEA there. So as the jury, after a little bit of a delay this morning, about 30 to 40 minutes, now they're going to go to lunch and be back in about an hour and 15 minutes. Let's see what happens here.
Till
Okay.
1:15.
All right, so usually we have been conditioned to get some housekeeping after the jury is released, but going to an earlier lunch, just about 5 minutes or so. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here with Special Projects executive producer George Obi. We're about to get to our panel in just a little bit. Thank you guys for watching. 1,500 of you watching day 3 of the Lori Daybell trial, the final chapter, accused of conspiring to commit murder in the attempted shooting of her former nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux. Brandon has been here every day as he waits to get some sort of justice. Also, we mentioned earlier today is 5 years since the remains of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan were discovered on the property of Chad Daybell. That is Lori's husband, who is on death row in Idaho, also convicted of murdering these 2 children, and his first wife, Tammy Daybell. These 2 are linked together forever and really started a series of deadly events starting here in Arizona, and that's why we're back here now to finish out her chapter. Some interesting testimony from Thomas Miller regarding the license plate reader and new visuals of the Jeep, the suspect vehicle.
Yeah, we left off on Friday. Detective Pillar kind of describing how they tracked this Jeep along I-40 coming to the Phoenix Metro about 26 hours before the attempt on Brandon's life. So again, we'll hear more from Lori's cross-examination of Detective Pillar later on, obviously. But then this morning, like you said, you've got the window tinter who talks about the work he did on the Jeep in September of 2019. I was surprised. I mean, obviously the nuance of tinting and this, that, and the other. But I was surprised they didn't have any record or any evidence to show, or he didn't know, who picked up the Jeep. Didn't know much about the customer, or at least couldn't remember, and didn't have any documentation to suggest who it was that picked up the Jeep after the tint job was done. And then we hear from the DEA, learned that there were about 11,000 license plate readers across Arizona, which was news to me. I knew there were quite a few, but that the only picture they had was one picture several days before the shooting. So again, much more about this Jeep. I think the jury now is picking up on the fact that there is this Jeep and that it was, clearly belonged to Lori, of course, Tylee, but was in their possession months before. Now here it is getting tinted windows about a month before the shooting on Brandon. Not even quite that, really. And then it was in the area, if you will, at least in the metro area, in the hours leading up to the shooting. So we're starting to get closer to, all right, how close was the Jeep? Where was the Jeep on the morning of the shooting?
And you hear, but this phone number, we weren't able to hear the entire phone number, but a 480 area code. I can't say if it's Lori's phone number or Alex Cox's phone number, but Daniel Moss confirms getting a call or having this interaction with someone regarding the type of tinting they're going to do. 5% tint on top of the 20% factory tint. So very dark, hard to see through this Jeep. So really, doesn't necessarily need to be revealed who picked up the Jeep, who brought it in. I would assume if there was surveillance video of that customer, I'm going to assume it's Alex Cox handling that type of thing, but who knows if it was Lori or someone else. So we have our expert panel ready to go this afternoon. And thank you to Rachel Smith, special prosecutor on the Idaho trial regarding Lori Vallow, joining us. Again, Rich Robertson, private investigator, and also worked with Brandon Boudreaux on his case. Judge Mel McDonald, former prosecutor, former U.S. attorney, and former judge. And then we got Benjamin Taylor, a criminal defense attorney here in the Phoenix metro area. You guys have been following this along with us even since the last trial. There was a bit of a delay in the courtroom today in a sidebar that lasted 30 minutes or so that we didn't get to hear about. I know we're all speculating on what that could be, but what it led us to was Ryan Pillar, the lead agent on the case, did not take the stand as he was supposed to continue his testimony, or waiting for him, waiting for Trina to finish direct exam. Benjamin, is this normal?
It's very abnormal. This is not normal that you see a witness take the stand and then get off the stand and either go home or maybe come back in the future. So there must have been some sort of objection to evidence that either Lori must have made in order for the detective to leave the stand, because that's not normal in every day. Usually the detective testifies, Lori cross-examines it, and then you redirect by the prosecutor. So for somebody to leave the stand, it sounds like the judge might be taking and looking into some sort of motion or evidence that they don't want the public to hear about.
And when we talked about Ryan Pillar last Friday, we talked about this door possibly being opened by Lori Daybell and Trina K ready to walk through that door and talk about her prior murder conviction. So who knows if it has something to do with that. But would you say that this throws off any timing? Rachel, what do you say about that? Is he's going to have to come back and Trina will have to reestablish some questioning of what and answers that the jury had heard on, 3 days ago?
Well, it's certainly not optimal. You never like to have your witnesses' direct examination interrupted. You don't like to have their testimony interrupted, especially without getting cross done. So this is highly unusual. And it does throw off. He's a seasoned witness. He's a seasoned detective. He's now command rank. Trina's a seasoned prosecutor. I don't expect it'll throw them much. I think the bigger concern is there something the court is considering striking? Usually when there's a delay like this, but not always, it means that the defense has raised some objection to what's coming next. And it could be some objection to, saying, hey, I wasn't given something, or this is a surprise. And it's something the court needs time to research. So it's not optimal, but both the prosecutor and the witness are very experienced, very qualified, and clearly the judge wants to take some time to make sure he gets it right.
Hey, Rich, we're talking about this license plate reader in the Jeep. This is something that had a lot to do with the work you were doing back in 2019. This is important testimony, seeing the suspect vehicle 26 hours before the shooting with no rear wheel on the back.
Yeah, that's kind of telling that story about the history of that Jeep and following it along chronologically. And certainly those license plate readers are a valuable resource for that. Those readers are all over the place. Law enforcement has a variety of them in different locations, and along the interstate is a popular place for it. A lot of cases have been built and challenged, frankly, because of those license plate readers out there. And there are private license plate readers as well. We use those in my work. There's access to license plate readers that are collected privately. Some of these cameras are mounted on like tow trucks and taxi cabs and things like that. We don't have access to police license plate readers, but we do have access to the private ones. And in fact, I found a picture on a license plate reader of that Jeep back in 2019. That picture was taken as it was driving along the freeway about 2 weeks after Charles Vallow was killed. So and I could see the tire on the back and knew exactly where it was at that date and time. So anytime you combine all those kinds of resources, it helps tell the chronological story.
Yeah, I see that. I remember you sharing that photo with us way back when the tire is on, but you see the license plate, and it looks like a dark gray Jeep. Sometimes in the lighting, it depends. It sometimes seems more green, sometimes seems more gray. But Lori and Cross, she got a little chuckle out of trying to poke holes on the witness's testimony regarding how there are thousands of cameras, but yet there were no other photos of the Jeep on certain days besides this photo. And she has a little chuckle, and that had to be stricken from the record, the reaction she made. Judge Mel, you following her conduct, and it seems like she's just having a good time in there. Judge, you're muted right now. Rachel, I'm going to let you take the answer on this one, and then we'll go back to Mel.
Yeah, she does seem to be really enjoying herself. And as I was watching, I thought, oh boy, this witness is really, really hurting her, because you worked in ideas of evading the cameras. He worked in ideas on how it's used to hide things. So I think Lori is so in tune with her own behavior in the courtroom that she's missing, some real powerful evidence that if the jury's paying attention, it's going to hurt her.
Judge Mel, we got you back on. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to say that all of the details in this case, I think the turning point of this entire 5-case series was Brandon Boudreaux and Rich Robertson, their work. Up until that time, we had a couple of deaths, but they were basically clear in Arizona, and I think with the death of Tammy Daybell, clear in Idaho, it was this shooting and the work that was put in by Brandon, the key evidence, and then Rich with his background, knowing where to root the investigation. I think that their efforts were absolutely fabulous in what they were able to accomplish. It turned the tide. Once that's focused, then the question, well, where are the kids? And so the snowball started going down the hill. We had 2 people dead, but it was with the failed shooting of Brandon and Rich's response in alerting authorities and then putting the pieces together and then the missing kids that broke this thing wide open. I think that Brandon has done a tremendous job. I think Rich's investigation and the direction he gave was superb.
Yeah, if Brandon were to be hit and did not survive, this could be a totally different story. He has been an X factor in all of this and really getting Gilbert PD, a small police department, really considered a town, not even a city, but getting Ryan Pillar to look into what happened in Idaho with Tammy Daybell, who had not had an autopsy, was buried in a Utah grave and had to be exhumed, and that had to come, with the help of Fremont County authorities, really a multi-agency effort. We have the search warrant to obtain and recover that Jeep out of Rexburg, Idaho, and that happened in November. So, and that has to do with Rexburg Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo, who will take the stand. Rachel, tell me how valuable Hermosillo is going to be on the stand.
Ray Hermosillo, it's hard to say that any one person changed anything in the sense of they all did such incredible work. There was great work and collaboration from law enforcement, but certainly one of the standouts in terms of their dedication, their hard work, their attention to detail was Ray Hermosillo, and his work in doing that search warrant, in following his guts when he interviewed Lori and saying something's just not right between him and now Sheriff Ball, just following that instinct. Their work made a huge difference, and had they made different choices, we might not be sitting here. So his work is going to be really powerful for this jury, and he is going to highlight the collaboration between the different agencies.
And we talked about this. This is an opportunity where the door can be opened if Lori does cross-exam on Hermosillo and asks certain questions that she probably shouldn't ask into related separate investigations. Trina Kay has warned, and Judge Bresky has warned about this, that we could find out about what happened in Idaho. This is going to be a true X factor of a witness. But Benjamin, second time we've had a witness taken out of order, and the first one was Brandon Boudreaux, where he couldn't be cross-examined for some time. I don't know if this is tactic. I don't know who is doing what to lead to the witness taken out of order. But like you said, it is abnormal. Now, in the opportunity for cross with the window tint shop owner, Lori didn't go up there. Is this her learning to, like you said, not ask questions where you don't really know the answers to? The tint is very key in this case.
Yes, the tint is very key to this case. However, too, you don't want a witness that damages your case to be on the stand longer. Sometimes you just want them to move along, don't ask any questions, and hopefully the jury maybe forgets about them. So that might be a strategy that Lori and her advisory council might be thinking of. And as you mentioned, Justin, earlier, when witnesses call out of order, as we recall, Lori was sick for a couple of days, right? So that could have messed with the prosecutor's order of witnesses, because a lot of times people fly in, people have other things, other cases they have to work on. So a lot of times you tell the judge, say, Judge, my witnesses were set for these certain days. However, because Lori was sick, it has messed up my whole schedule. So that's why you might be seeing some of these witnesses being called out of order. But yes, Lori might have learned from her first trial what to ask, what not to ask. I mean, she's still not asking the greatest of questions, but she didn't want the window tint person on there because that shows that there might have been a motive to make the tent darker. So that way, whoever was driving that car, that vehicle, that Jeep, couldn't be seen.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point because Dan Moss is from Rexburg, Idaho. You know, with traveling itineraries, flights, they might want to get him out of the way, get him back on his way home, and then finish, testimony with Ryan Pillar later. And him being the case agent, he's been sitting at that prosecution table since last week, since the beginning of this. Apparently, Moss put on 5% tint on top of 20% factory tint. Very, very dark. Rich Robertson, how do you think that comes across to the jury, hearing that explanation, the process of what went on before the shooting?
Well, I think just the fact that there was a deliberate effort to make it dark and therefore presumably hide the occupants of that Jeep is certainly not going to be lost on the jury. I think it's going to be pretty evident just from a timing standpoint that they put the tent on the Jeep when they did. It's the timing that sort of suggests that there was a motive, a specific reason for doing it at that time.
Are you just waiting for video of that storage unit to be shown with Lori, Chad, Alex on different days? And, quite possibly the person on the stand helping review that video could be Hermosillo, someone with Rexburg PD. I mean, that storage unit video showing the dismantling basically of parts from the Jeep. I feel like we've heard from jurors how surveillance video really, really makes an impact on them.
Yeah, it's a circumstantial case, so every one of these pieces becomes part of telling the story. And one of the problems I think that Rachel alluded to is trying to tell this story in a particular order so that the jury understands what's happening when. These jurors come in here with a blank slate. They have no idea what's coming or anything else. And the danger is always that you're presenting evidence that you, as the prosecutor or even the defense side, when it happens, you know that it's important and you know that you're building on something that's going to come later. The jurors have no idea. And therefore, they frequently miss things that are important. They don't realize when they're hearing it that it's important at all because they have nothing to compare it to it yet. And so taking witnesses out of order, it makes it more difficult to tell a cohesive story that you know that the jurors are going to understand. I think that window tinting and the storage video probably are self-evident, and I don't think the jurors are going to miss the importance of those.
And real quick to Rich's point, the jury might get lost in some of this. And I asked this question in the last trial. Rachel, what we haven't heard is in this trial, does the jury ask any questions yet? And I know we're not even really kind of a week in on this, but we're halfway through the prosecution's witnesses, and there hasn't been one question from the jury yet. I don't know really what to make of that. As a prosecutor, what would you make of that? Considering you just prosecuted a similar case where there were a number of questions throughout the trial from the jury, and it's possible the prosecution could rest by the end of the week. They haven't got one question from the jury. What is there to make of it, if anything?
I think for me as a prosecutor, I don't typically practice in a place where the jury can ask questions. However, in those places where they can, a couple of days with short, clear testimony, you don't worry about it too much. If there's a couple of days where there's a little bit more complicated testimony, perhaps once they get into the iCloud, get into some of the other witness testimony with regards to Alex's whereabouts and the cell phone data, if there aren't questions then I would be nervous. But right now, the testimony isn't complicated. The witnesses have been very clear. Lori's questions have not tripped anybody up or been salacious. So I think I'd be watching, but realistically, I'd be okay because the witnesses have been clear, concise, and to the point.
Let's take a look at our poll question right now. I've been asking our viewers today as far as who has been the strongest witness in trials so far, and overwhelmingly it's been Brandon Boudreaux out of the options. Ryan Pillar, 3%. He's yet to finish his testimony. Nate Duncan, Chandler Police Detective, 4%, 600 people voting. Judge Mel, I'm sure you agree. This is witness number 11 that we just got done with in the DA official. And so there's a total of 22 on the state's witness list. Do you think that the state could breeze through this and get done by the end of the week with its case in chief?
Yes, I do think that they could. I just had one observation I wanted to make. When I was United States Attorney in 1981, we instituted a program which they call the LECC, Law Enforcement Coordination Committee, where we brought state, we brought local, we brought federal to try to team up. At one time, I became a special prosecutor of a state double murder case as part of this program. I think this case highlights what that objective was. We have people from Idaho, from Arizona, different agencies, federal agencies, experts. It is impressive to see all of these different forces coordinating and cooperating and taking this puzzle with 200 pieces and one by one laying these pieces out. The circumstantial evidence this building is overwhelming. And I think this is a testament to Idaho and Arizona state authorities, federal authorities, Gilbert, Chandler, Rexburg, all working together to build this case. I think it's a tribute and a testimony that they can take this and put it together.
And they've been doing it now for 4 trials over the past 2 years, since 2023 as far as trials, but really working back beyond that into the 2020 year. And then you can't forget Kauai Police as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of agencies here. We're going to start taking some questions from the chat box. Jenny Allison is asking, what else does Lori need to do in order for the door to open wide enough for Trina K to bring in other crimes she's committed? And it seems like Lori is calling their bluff. Benjamin, what do you have to say about that?
Lori's getting to that line right there, but she hasn't 100% crossed the line. But that's what the judge might be talking about in chambers. I mean, basically, if she brings up that she's a great person, if she says that, I would never do anything like this, I love my kids, anything pertaining to the prior trials, that can open the door for all this new evidence to come in. Because as we discussed earlier, the jury does not know about all these other trials that she's been convicted of. They're supposed to only focus on this case and this case only. So she's getting close to crossing that line, and we'll see whether or not the judge will allow Trina K to come in and cross-examine her or bring up any prior bad acts if Lori does cross that line with these witnesses coming up.
And we have a question from Charlie Barrow asking why Chad Daybell is not being implicated in this case. Now, we know that Gilbert PD did recommend a charge as well when they submitted it to the county attorney's office, but for non-likelihood of a conviction, MCAO just chose to bring this case against Lori Daybell. Rich Robertson, from your history on the case and studying this through Brandon Boudreaux's case, it is very clear that Chad Daybell was, orchestrating things, alongside his girlfriend and then now current wife. But is it just because he wasn't in Arizona physically and would be hard to prove any case against him? I think you're muted, Rich.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the evidence that the prosecution has. I have said before, I don't have access to any of the disclosures that were offered in this case. But if they've got LPR, the license plate readers, they've got GPS, they've got phone records, they've got text messages. If those don't include Chad, then you don't have the evidence. The same discussion about Melanie Pulowski, Boudreaux. It's what evidence do they have? I think it was that surprise announcement from the prosecutor that her case is still under investigation, but I suspect it's because they were waiting to see what would come out of this trial, what kind of testimony the defense might bring in that might help in that case. But it's the same situation. You just either have enough evidence or you don't, and make a charging decision. There's a lot of discretion that goes on among the prosecutors as to where they bring the charges and maybe they just didn't want to confuse the case anymore. Stay focused on this particular one. They would wind up having to do it twice because undoubtedly that would be severed as well, just like the murder cases were. So it's just a lot of things that go into making those kinds of decisions.
Yeah, there's video evidence, obviously, from the storage unit where it looks like it could be Chad Daybell. I'm sure there's text messages where Chad and Lori have referred to Brandon as a dark spirit. Chad, in the text message, this was brought up, Rachel, you know about this, saying that Brandon and the Gadiantons referred to them as this group that were basically bad people when they found out that Lori wasn't the life insurance beneficiary for Charles's $1 million life insurance policy. And I think a lot of people want to see other people found accountable. But Judge Mel, you've been in that office, the county attorney's office. If you can explain how, you really want a very airtight case against the person you're going to prosecute, the person that you want to file charges against.
Well, the criteria a prosecutor looks at is the reasonable likelihood of conviction. There are going to be tremendous resources. As Rich pointed out, it'll probably be a severed trial. You also look at the current situation. Chad Daybell is a serial killer. He's been sentenced to death. You can incur that expense of bringing witnesses back again for his trial. But is it worth it? And given the bits and pieces of evidence, the same with Melanie. There are some interesting, fascinating facts. Nobody knew where Brandon lived other than Melody and a few other people. These are the kinds of evidence. It's circumstantial evidence. But the fact, when you looked at, she was with Lori and Chad shortly before, and all of these circumstances, these are things the prosecutor weighs. And he has to ask himself, is there a reasonable likelihood of conviction? Is there a reasonable likelihood that we can prove Chad or Melody are a part of this conspiracy to take out Brandon? So these are prosecution decisions. Over the years, as a county prosecutor, as U.S. attorney, we made thousands of those. And I think the point has been made. We have to wait and see if these pieces fall into place. It's been clear it's not over. They're still looking, and we may have another case yet down the road.
Yeah, and to be clear, disclaimer, Melanie Pulowski has not been charged. Chad Daybell has not been charged in this case regarding Brandon Boudreaux. Prosecutor Trina Kay did confirm that there isn't an open investigation involving Melanie Pulowski, which was big news just the other day. Now, for those who are wondering, with Chad Daybell being an inmate, a death row inmate in Idaho, that's an automatic appeal situation when you are sentenced to death. But now Lori Daybell's appeal is in motion in Idaho, and this is also very normal for that to be filed when you have been convicted of murder. Rachel, I'd like to ask you about that. I mean, what are the chances? I don't know if you've read through that appeal, but this is not something that we're surprised about that being put forward.
No, I've read the appeal for Lori. What is interesting, I think, probably factored into some of Trina's decisions down in Arizona, one of the big issues on appeal is the use of 404B in Idaho, which was used pretty extensively with a hearing. I don't see anything in the appeal that surprised me. There's nothing in there that gives us heartburn. There was extensive briefing on all of the issues, but the major two issues in Idaho are the use of that 404B, the prior bad acts, the evidence from Arizona. They're complaining about that in Idaho, and the removal of her prior attorney. And I suspect some of that factored into the prosecution's decisions on what they were going to do, how they were going to do it down in Arizona. If Trina doesn't get into the 404B, and she withdrew that motion down in Arizona, and if the record is really good about Lori being her own attorney, the issues that exist in Idaho for the Supreme Court to look at do not exist in Arizona. So I think you're seeing a contrast in how the cases are tried. I'm not worried about it in Idaho, but those issues, if things stay the way they are, the way Ms. Kay's handling it, will not exist in Arizona.
Guys, we talked about this a little bit last week. Judge Boreski, when he threw Lori out, threatened to remove her ability to represent herself. And I still wonder, what kind of fallout or domino effect we could see if that were to happen. She clearly learned something from that exchange. Her demeanor changed a little bit. She apologized and hasn't. I mean, so far this morning, in her cross there were a few objections, but she continued to move on. I would love to know if we've ever seen something like this where somebody's been removed, their ability to represent themselves has been removed, and whether or not that has any implication on an appeal, but more so what is the domino effect? Because I would assume the prosecutor or the prosecution would have to change their approach a little bit, right? Maybe not as drastic as maybe a third defendant in this case. But Judge Mel, you tell me, have you ever had to do that? But if not, what would be the domino effect, if any, if she were to lose her ability to represent herself in this case?
Well, that is why you have advisory counsel as a backup. In the courtroom, a lawyer is expected to maintain certain standards. And there have been times when I was on the bench that you would call attorneys out. I would call them to the bench and would call a recess and go into chambers. And they would be chastised and would be warned. Lori is not above those standards. She's representing herself. The judge has every right to demand that she comply with the rules of the courtroom. And that would be part of the consequence. So I think what he's done, and properly so, is he's made a very precise record. If that next step has to happen, the record is clear. He's had bench conferences, he's had off-the-record discussions, and we've had the public hearing. He has warned her, and if it continued, he would have every right to do it. And her own stupidity, once again, would constitute a waiver on an appeal. She's lost that right. She's not above the law, and she's not above the lawyers. So if she disobeys the directive, disrupts the court, more power to him. Take it away from her. If you have to, put her on a video and let her sit in some other room to watch the remainder of the trial. But I'm confident that he's moving in the right direction.
Benjamin, when you have witnesses that are coming in soon, like Ray Hermosillo from Rexburg PD in Idaho, Nick Balance with the FBI, I mean, they've got the whole book on Lori Daybell and Chad. If you're on the defense, do you not even cross them? Because that's just, you're getting into uncharted territory. They've got all the details on her.
You always have to cross-examination them a little bit, right? Because if the jurors are there watching you and you're just sitting there doing nothing, the jurors are going to be like, why is Lori just sitting at the table? So even if she asks maybe one or two questions, she has to give it a try. Maybe some basic general information, like you didn't see me in the Jeep. You know that I wasn't part of this crime here in Arizona because you weren't a part of the investigation here in Arizona and you didn't see me at the scene. I mean, something. She has to at least try something, because if she just sits there for the rest of the trial, not asking any questions, all the jurors are going to believe is what the prosecutor, Trina Kay, is saying, and just be, okay, on to the next witness, on to the next witness. So it's always dangerous to go battle to battle, toe-to-toe with some witnesses that could hurt your case. However, you have to ask some questions that are at least positive in your direction to show that you're putting up some sort of defense, so that way you're not just giving up this whole trial.
Rich, I know you're not surprised by how well Brandon did on the stand. I mean, he was literally even keel the whole time. Maybe a little bit emotional at times, but I was talking to another attorney about this. I mean, the rarity to see a victim take the stand and be questioned by the alleged perpetrator, not looking at the alleged suspect at the defense table and being questioned by a defense attorney, but by the person that you believe is the reason for all of this. What do you think the jury took away from Brandon's demeanor, his answers? What were the highlights for you as you watched someone that you worked very closely with?
Yeah, it's hard to put yourself into the place of the jurors because we do know that Brandon and have met him, so kind of have a different perspective on him than somebody who's just seeing him for the very first time. But any witness that handles themselves the way he did on the stand, that he is even keeled, he didn't take the bait, he didn't engage with her in some angry way, that gives his answers a lot more credibility. And I think that's, we hope that all of our witnesses will do that. It happens, we sort of talk to witnesses on both the defense and prosecution side about that very kind of thing, that you just listen to the questions, answer the questions straight up, try not to get engaged in the emotional part of it. That's one of the weird things about the criminal justice system, from my perspective, is that we try to wring out all of the emotion, and yet most of these cases are all about emotion, and so it creates a disconnect at times. In this case, I think it benefited Brandon. It benefited the case against Lori.
Rachel, if there was some sort of chance that there was a retrial in Idaho for that case, and I hope that's not the case for you. That was a lot of work, but people are asking, if that happened, would death penalty be back on the table? Could the state seek that again? Because we know what happened with the whole death penalty issue in Idaho being taken off.
Yeah, I think it depends on the basis of the reversal. If it was reversed for they issues related to counsel, I really would depend on the basis for the reversal. But realistically, there is the possibility the death penalty could be back on the table. I don't know how to reiterate this. I've looked at that. The Lindsay Blake handled the 404B stuff. It was briefed. It was extensively done. There were extensive records made by Judge Boyce. I just don't see that happening. And the appellate issue raised doesn't include all of the reasons. Lori's lawyer was removed. So I'll be very interested to see the state's reply. Hopefully it's a little more robust than the issues raised. But that was a very clean trial done by Judge Boyce.
All right, Benjamin, I'm going to ask you. We started asking this at this point in trial last time regarding Charles Vallow. Does Lori testify on her own behalf?
I think, again, she has to. I mean, right now it's it's an uphill battle for her to even win this case. So I think if she were to take the stand and look the jurors in the eye and say, there's no record, there's no evidence of me being at the scene of this whole alleged, shooting, I think she can get one or two jurors to maybe go on her side, right? But she didn't testify in her previous trials. She might not testify here. But when you're losing the case, you have nothing else to lose. I mean, she might as well take the stand and try to convince one or two jurors, because a hung juror is a win for Lori Vallow.
This might be the case to do it. It's not like, the last one where she was in the home when Charles Vallow was shot and killed, and she went to Walgreens and Burger King and whatnot and didn't show up for another hour or so back to the scene. this is a case where we know she was living in Rexburg, Idaho. Obviously, there's communications that will be revealed between her and her late brother, Alex Cox, and to prove the conspiracy, that's on the state. But if there's any time to do it, this would be the chance to throw that Hail Mary. She's already serving life in prison. Judge Mel, what do you think?
Yeah, I think if she were to take the stand, we would add at least 3 to 4 days to the trial. It would be, if I was prosecuting that case every night in my prayers, I would pray for Lori to take the stand. There is so much ammunition that could be used against her. When we talk about could she sway a juror, she's got a remarkable ability. I contrast her with Brandon. Brandon is so genuine, sincere. You could sense his feelings, his remorse as his marriage is breaking up, as these twisted beliefs are going into his wife's mind. And you could see the devastation that he's experienced. With Lori, it's almost the opposite. I look back at the earlier trial where the gal that went out with Vallow a night or two before when he's killed, and she's trying to be indignant, she would go out with Charles Vallow. Will she take the stand? I am convinced she won't. I can't conceive any juror finding 1 ounce of credibility, and I think with her on the stand, they would chew her alive with some of the inconsistencies and some of the statements and some of the actions. I mean, going into that storage unit with the tires on the car, the garage, the car in the garage the day Charles Vallow is murdered, all of these things, she's not going to take the stand.
So I'm going to put you in Prosecutor Mel's shoes, not the judge. How would you prosecute this case? What witness, besides, of course, Brandon Boudreaux, would you really hone in on? What evidence do you really want to put out there to, and what's the motive here in this case? How do you present that to the jury?
Are you asking me or one of the others?
Yeah, I'm asking you to put your prosecutor hat on and give us and present the case. Go ahead.
I'm going to take the circumstantial pieces of evidence. The video of the tire and the removal going into the storage room, there's Lori. The relationship of Lori to Melanie. The trips that Melanie had taken just before to Idaho. The fact that no one else knows the address other than Melanie. All of these pieces, it's like building a pyramid. You put on point by point by point. This doomsday philosophy, these dark spirits coming in. There is so much evidence that you can put together in this circumstantial case. But I think the storage unit evidence is devastating. The tire off the Jeep in her car, the Texas plates. There is so much ammunition. It's literally like a jigsaw puzzle. And you put that puzzle together and you look the jury in the eye and say, there's not a missing piece in this puzzle. She's a cold-blooded serial killer. Well, they don't know this, but the fact is, all of these people have been killed. And by the grace of God and by about an inch or two, Brandon Boudreaux is still alive.
And you also put Rich Robertson on the stand, right? Have him testify?
Then we'll get a directed verdict of guilt with Rich testifying.
Okay, thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow for another day. We appreciate you. Everyone in the chat loves hearing from you guys on all the insights. So we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so about 7 minutes left, and court should be back in session. The jury hearing from 2 witnesses today. Not the most exciting testimony. Important, yes. The license plate reader seen another visual of this Jeep hammering home on the Jeep.
So for those, again, that are just getting caught up, last week was all about the scene of the shooting, the morning of the shooting, Brandon's movements, neighbors describing what they saw or heard. And then the end of last week and then all of this morning has been about this Jeep. Where was this Jeep and where was it in the timeline leading up to the morning of the shooting in October of 2019? So clearly the prosecution has kind of an establishment. Get Brandon up on the stand first. What happened to you that morning? Then start to paint this quiet neighborhood where a shooting, which, by all intents and purposes is unheard of for a neighborhood like this. What did you see? What did you hear? Now we're getting into, all right, what is this Jeep? And let's show you that it's been around for a couple months. And it was at an incident in July of the summer of 2019. Here it is again in this Gilbert neighborhood in October. As we learned this morning, it's at a tent shop in September, right?
The pathway of the Jeep.
Right. So the jury now, again, knows about the shooting scene, what happened that day. Now they're learning about this Jeep that supposedly was in the neighborhood, and the shooter in this case, Alex, was in this Jeep. So again, now maybe we start to get into at some point, either today or the next day or two, is the Jeep any closer to the scene? And then maybe what evidence once they found this Jeep later on. I feel like, and we talked about Detective Hermosillo from Idaho who's going to be called to testify, at least he's on the witness list. That is going to be interesting to me because we talked so much in this last hour with the panel about the door, whether it would be opened or not, about her previous convictions. If there was ever an opportunity for that door to be swung wide open, it could be by Lori in her cross-examination of Detective Hermosillo, right?
It's going to be very interesting.
So I think we need to keep an eye on that. We clearly see, as Ben pointed out, you clearly see that Lori learned something from her previous trial when it came to cross-examining witnesses. She's done a lot more of that in this trial. Not much more, but clearly she's made it's like a point of emphasis for her. But they haven't been groundbreaking questions either. So she clearly didn't learn enough about the type of questions she should ask. But like Ben said, you don't want to sit there and not do anything.
Yeah,
and the jury will pick up on that very easily. And now for the second time in this trial, she's been unable to continue or even start questioning or cross-examination of a witness because Brandon, she wasn't prepared. And then whatever the issue was with
Pillar.
With Pillar this morning, and maybe that's on him, not on her.
Yeah.
But the jury for the second time now has to wait for her cross-examination at a later date.
And not aside from the path of the Jeep and the location of the Jeep. Yeah, they tracked it and it's on the I-40, but you have Alex Cox's cell phone. That data is going to be located throughout Idaho to Gilbert.
Yeah.
So as long as you can tell the jury, hey, this is where he was moving along to. These are the communications. You have them in that vicinity near that address. And then also we haven't even seen the Jeep storage, the storage unit video that relates to the Jeep and the parts and having her at the scene on video.
Right. And then we still need to get into the conversations, the text messages or emails that may have been exchanged. Like that's coming because then that connects Lori with Alex and that there's some sort of premeditation, that suggests that Lori in some subtle way maybe directed Alex to go down to Arizona and take out Brandon. Whether some of those messages include Melanie, we'll see. But there's still quite a bit that has not come out in this trial that we know is out there. And whether it'll be presented in court, who knows? But we know there's a lot more out there in this case. And so we talk a lot about maybe the prosecution rests their case this week. It's possible, but we're only on Monday, and there's still plenty out there that they could enter into evidence that would, I don't know, in a way help the jury start to connect more of these dots that have been put out there already.
And last, leaving off Ryan Pillar, what came out of the DNA testing from the Jeep? The gunshot residue. I mean, that's something that we were talking about. And so it will be, I'm sure Trina is ready to get back into that direct exam. Very important stuff there. All right, so we are about to start in court and start the afternoon session. We'll see you all in about half hour.
All right, do you have your next witness here?
I do. She's going to be really out of order.
Okay.
So I will make an offer of proof. She created the DNA profile for Alexander Cox.
Who are we talking about?
It's Emmy Lynn Sapinosa.
Okay.
She no longer works for Mesa Police Department. She moved out to California. So she created the DNA profile for the known sample from Alexander Cox. Detective Pillar attended the autopsy and obtained the blood blot and impounded it himself. So
That's where the profile came from?
yes, so he will be testifying as to that later. Additionally, assuming we continue going, I also have Lisa Perry, who took the cuttings from the swabs that were obtained from the Jeep up in Rexburg, Idaho. I will not have the DNA analyst here till after Detective Pillar is done testifying, but Lisa Perry, who just basically took the cuttings and stuck them into tubes so that Vanessa could do DNA profiles on them, is also here today. So my hope was to, out of order, call Emmy Lynn Sapinosa, Lisa Perry, and then I have Officer Maryanne Rob. Then I would resume with Mr. Pillar.
Okay, so from Emmy Lynn Sapinosa, you would be talking about the profile she created.
From the blood blot from Alexander Cox.
All right,
That's
but
all
that's
she
not a
did.
piece of evidence that's physically getting admitted.
No, it's not going to be physically admitted, but we have not had testimony of that, so I'm just making a record that I will be presenting testimony of that through Detective Pillar. We just haven't got to it yet.
Okay, and then Lisa Perry will testify about cutting pieces of fabric out of the Jeep and impounding them?
Swabs were taken from like the steering wheel, door handles, seatbelt buckles, and Detective Pillar will testify that he observed all those being done and being all the safe
Okay.
techniques that were used. So he will be testifying as to that as well. But again, we haven't got there yet.
Are you going to show her the swabs? Are they here?
No, because
Okay.
they would be destroyed if we brought them here, and obviously we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that to
Okay.
be done.
All right.
So we will just discuss the impound numbers
Okay.
and what the swabs are.
All right. Is there any record the defendant wants to make? Sure. Do you want, are they lined up or, okay.
out his diaper.
Because according to Tammy Lachek's report, she is the one that took the blood blot from Alex Cox. So we're going to just have our same objection to the Crawford, that it's missing because she's not here to testify against it, about it. If Detective Pillar did witness that, I understand that, but it's not the same thing as her telling us how she did it, when she did it, why she did it, how that was processed.
Okay. The evidence, as I understand it, or the testimony as I understand it, is that Emmy Lynn Sapinoso is simply going to testify that she received a clot, a sample of blood or a blood clot, and then created the profile. Correct. Okay, so not to put the cart before the horse, but that's all she's testifying to at this point. So I understand your objection. I don't think we're to that point because they're not admitting it into evidence yet. So anything else?
Just that, is that not confusing to the jury to do it that
It could
out
be a
of
little,
order?
it could be a little confusing in that it's not a linear presentation of how things happened, but the state isn't required to call the witnesses in that that type of sequence if they're not able to. So
Your Honor, obviously because we started 2 days late last week due to the defendant, it did throw the state's case off. We would have already had Detective Pillar already testifying and done before today. So
okay.
We're doing what we can with what we got.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, please be seated. The jury's back. Again, we're still taking witnesses out of order. We'll get back to Detective Pillar hopefully this afternoon. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here, and my clerk will swear you in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Off around the court reporter, up there.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California as a forensic scientist.
Where did you work back in
2019.
In 2019. So prior to my current job, I was a forensic scientist at Mesa Forensic Services in Mesa, Arizona.
What did you do at the Mesa Forensic Services?
I was a forensic scientist there where I did serology, DNA analysis. I was the biology technical leader for 7 years, the last 7 years, and I did blend state pattern analysis at crime scenes, and I was also a forensic artist the last year I was there.
Can you tell us your training and education to work as a forensic scientist in the area of DNA?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science.
While working for the Mesa Police Department, did you undergo training to learn how to develop DNA profiles from samples?
Yes, I did. So most of my training was done in-house by other forensic scientists in our unit. And aside from that, I've gone to like external trainings, and I'm required to do at least 8 hours continuing education every year.
And back when you were working as a forensic services, was that for the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did you, while you were at the Mesa Police Department Forensic Services, undergo those same types of trainings, ongoing trainings, internal and external?
Yes.
Now, in the area of DNA, can you talk to us about first sort of DNA and what different, I guess, biological sources can be used to find DNA?
So DNA is what makes each person a human being. It comes from your parents. Half of it is from your mom. The other half is from your dad. The DNA analysis that's performed at a forensic laboratory is typically from biological fluids like blood, semen, saliva, and can also be collected from touch DNA or items that people touch and leave their skin cells on.
Now, was one part of your job to develop a DNA profile from what we call a known source of DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us first what a known source means?
A known source of DNA is a sample that's collected directly from an individual.
And what do we mean by a DNA profile?
DNA profile is the result that is obtained after DNA analysis is performed in the laboratory.
As a forensic scientist working for the Mesa Police Department, would the job sometimes be split where one forensic scientist would be required to create a DNA profile from a known, and another one might create DNA profiles from unknown or items collected at a scene?
Yes, so that's pretty typical. It just depends on which forensic scientist is available to perform the work at any given time.
When you were working there back in 2019, did the Mesa Police Department contract to do DNA work for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
In this case that we're talking about, did you perform the creating a DNA profile for a single known source for Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with a property item 647961 from Alexander Cox?
Yes, so the Mesa reports will have a letter G in front of that to identify it as a Gilbert item.
Okay. And was that when you receive an item such as a blood blot, can you explain to us how you get that from the Gilbert Police Department? Is it sealed? Is it protected? What do they do to get that to you?
Yes, so the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory has laboratory technicians who go over to the Gilbert Police Department to their evidence section to pick up any evidence that we need to do forensic analysis on. Then our laboratory technician brings the evidence back to the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory, where it gets stored in the proper location for a forensic scientist to analyze. And any packaging or the way it's sealed is noted in our notes, and we ensure that it's properly sealed with evidence tape or tape that's marked with the person's initials and date who sealed it.
So when you received the blood blot, that item 647961, was that in a sealed evidence envelope?
Yes, it was.
Was it dated and signed to reflect that it was impounded by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So when you receive a blood blot, can you tell us what that is?
Blood blot is typically taken from a coroner's office. They put it on sort of like a round filter paper where they put just spots of blood on there. And then when we get it in the laboratory, we take that filter paper and we take a cutting of the blood that's on that filter paper to forward for DNA analysis.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to create a DNA profile from that blood blot from Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Were you asked to do any other analysis with regards to that DNA profile for Alexander Cox?
No, I did not.
Was that profile that you created documented in your report, in the notes, so that it could be reviewed by another analyst in any type of comparisons?
Yes.
Did that basically end your involvement with regards to this case and Alexander Cox?
Yes.
The state has no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Not seeing any. You can step down. Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Lisapperry. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. On the court order, up the rank.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Perry.
Where do you work?
I work for Mesa Police Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
It'll be 23 years next month.
And what are your current duties?
My current duties are to supervise the evidence processing unit.
What were your duties back in 2019 and 2020?
I was a forensic scientist assigned to the biology unit, which meant that I analyzed evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials, substances that would yield a DNA profile, be it skin cells or a body fluid.
Can you tell us your education and training to work in that area?
Yes, I have a science background with a bachelor's of science in marine biology with a chemistry minor from Western Washington University. After some times in some biotechnology labs, I started my career with Mesa Forensics, where I entered their rigorous internal training program. After completion of that by qualified analysts, I also took training by the California Criminalistics Institute and National Forensic Science Technology Center in body fluid identification.
Back in January, end of December, January of 2020, were you responsible for often preparing swabs that were taken at scenes of potential biological material for DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what that process is?
When swabs have already been collected at a scene, what I will do is receive them from our evidence section, or they'll be transferred to us from another agency's evidence section. I will prepare my workspace to handle the evidence, meaning that I will we will wear a lab coat and goggles and gloves and things that will protect me from the evidence, and the evidence will be protected from me. I will clean my lab space with 90% bleach solution. I will put down clean paper and have sterile utensils that I will work on to analyze the items of evidence. When I look at the item of evidence, I'm going to take detailed notes and then open it up, identify the contents, take copious notes again, and then I'm going to remove swab material from those sticks. They are similar to like a sterile Q-tip. So that is what I'm receiving. I'm going to remove that swab material from those sticks and portion half of it to go forward for DNA analysis, and the other half is going to be retained should further testing ever be required. And then that little tube will go into a sealed envelope in order for a DNA analyst to analyze it.
Going back to January, I think 2nd of 2020, were you provided with several swabs from the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, I was.
And were those swabs, can you tell us, are they sealed? How do you know that they haven't been tampered with when you received them?
Well, I would need to refer to my specific notes, but my notes would indicate whether or not they had been tampered, how they appeared, the packaging appeared, and I make notes that they are properly tape sealed, dated, and initialed with an integrity seal.
So you are the one that has to unseal them and open them up?
Yes.
Would looking at your notes help refresh your recollection as to whether or not that occurred here?
It would.
Do you have a copy of them up there with you?
I do. May I look at them?
Take a look at them to refresh your recollection and let us know after you're done with that.
Go ahead.
And each item still had its integrity seal. I noted how it was packaged, what it was labeled, and nothing appeared to have been tampered with.
Were you provided with a swab 645889 indicated as a swab from a steering wheel?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 6458 swab from the driver's side seat belt?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645893 swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 64589 from the passenger side interior door handle?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645895 swabs from the lug nuts of a spare tire?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645896, a swab from the driver's side interior handle?
Yes, I was.
What did you do then specifically in this case with each of those swabs?
As I stated previously, I would remove that swab material from each of the swab sticks. I would portion out half of it to go forward in a tube for DNA analysis. It would be labeled with its original parent property ID number that she just listed off, plus an extra set of letters to identify that it came from that parent item. So the number she provided is the parent, and then I basically made what we call babies, little cuttings that came off of that. So it would add an AA that would go forward for DNA analysis, and it would have an AB that was going to be retained in the lab should the future testing ever be necessary. So I put it in a tube. I had that label on that. That label went into a clear envelope that I heat sealed and had my integrity seal, my date and initials on top of that. And then that went into the DNA queue for another analyst.
So at the Mesa Police Department at that time, would another analyst come in and take those cuttings that you created to attempt to create DNA profiles from each of those items?
That is what would happen, yes.
And so in terms of your involvement, were you involved in doing any type of analysis for this case?
No, I wasn't, just preparing the samples.
And did that sort of end your involvement in this case, creating those cuttings?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. The state has no further questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. You can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go get my next witness. State calls Maryanne Rob.
All right, go ahead and come up here in front of my clerk.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Maryanne Rob. It's M-A-R-I-A-N-N-E, Rob, R-O-B-E.
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Around the clerk, up the ring.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Maryanne Rob. I am a retired police officer with the town of Gilbert, Arizona.
When did you retire?
Retired July 9th, 2021.
How long did you work for the Gilbert Police Department?
I was with Gilbert 26 years and a law enforcement officer in Arizona for 34 years.
Where did you work prior to Gilbert?
Started with Mesa Police Department back in 1988, and then I was Pine Top Lakeside Police Department for 6.5 years, and started with Gilbert PD in 1995.
Okay. What were your duties at the Gilbert Police Department?
Pretty much patrol. Most of my career was patrol. I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also an arson detective and a property crimes detective for approximately 3 years.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you respond to a 911 call of a shooting at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe for us what you saw when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street?
There was a gentleman standing pretty much in the street, just in front of his home. There was also a dark-colored Tesla vehicle that was parked there, and I noticed that just to the driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying on the ground.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with this individual you saw on the road?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon Boudreaux.
Okay. After speaking with Brandon Boudreaux for a while, did you go look at the Tesla?
Yes, I did.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have a lot of information about the type of gun or the shooting or anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, an actual specific type of weapon, but we knew it was some type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo when you arrived? Was there any other officers with you initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
Okay.
When you went up to the Tesla, can you tell us what you saw and where?
The Tesla, the vehicle itself was all closed up, all the doors were shut, and I looked up onto the frame of the actual car. Just above would be where the headrest is, but it's on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in your 34 years as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes, I have.
As a law enforcement officer, we obviously know you carry a weapon. Do you also have your own guns and shoot, I guess, personally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when you saw this hole in the Tesla, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 26. I'll pull it out a little. Is this what you saw?
Yes, I did, exactly.
So you told us when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreaux, when you first contacted him, said anything about a BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment about that. At first he thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield or his driver's side window kind of shattered.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
No.
So you go up to this hole, this bullet hole. Did you think that was made by a BB gun?
Definitely not. No.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after I initially looked at it.
And did he make any statement when he saw you looking at that hole?
He says he definitely wasn't a BB gun or pellet gun or paintball gun. Nothing like that.
Do you recall him saying that he hadn't seen that before you pointing it out?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
So when he first came up and saw you looking at that, did he indicate, oh, wow, I didn't see that?
Yes, he did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see if you could find an exit or the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find an exit at that point?
No.
Did you, in fact, ask him to open up the rear door of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car?
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit?
I did not.
Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit or a projectile in there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory of where the bullet, so I can think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that bullet? So that's why I put my pen in there to try to figure out what was the way it was traveling in the car to see if I can find.
Once you realize that there's this bullet hole in the frame of the Tesla vehicle, did you go back to your vehicle to do anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you go back to your vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect vehicle. And I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole. And we do have a crime here. So I asked him if he would come over to my location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well?
Oh, yes.
Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
Correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well to document what you were seeing right then?
I took some photographs. I used my police, we have an iPhone, and I was using that, and I was taking pictures of the whole scene.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about that glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said, no, what occurred was as he pulled into his driveway after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas, I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, his driver's door automatically opens. And that's when he said that, as you can see on the, what would be, I guess, the right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the passenger, or the driver's window just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him if he had moved it to make sure it was, where it landed?
Yes, I made sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him that.
Okay, so did he indicate he had not touched it or moved it?
No, it was where it fell out of his car is where it laid.
Okay. When you first contacted Brandon initially in the street to the time when you showed him the bullet hole and came back, can you tell us his demeanor over that time span from when you first contacted him to after you made that call and came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of bewildered. He didn't know what exactly happened. He was very quiet and concerned and didn't know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened. You know, this car, this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's like, he's just kind of bewildered on like what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole, went and made the call and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, he's like, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. And I explained, no, it's not. He then says, I need to sit down, because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down. I asked him if he wanted a chair. He says, no, I just need a minute. So I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let him gather himself for a few minutes.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brandon to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at him?
Yes, I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
It was the description was a green, a kind of a darkish green Jeep Wrangler. And he said that as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointing out at his vehicle. He thought maybe there was a silencer, but there was a very loud bang from that. After that happened, his window shattered, and he just got scared, so he just took off and went around the block, went westbound and around the block. Where this all took place is he said that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound, and if we could see that, it was that would be kind of the south side. It was parked on his side of the street, and it was pretty much face to face with that white minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the roadway. And that's where it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said it was right up against the minivan. And that's when he saw the back window pop open. And that's when that gun pointed at him. And he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. And then like I said, he just kept going westbound to the next street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped. Because he and called 911 and got 911 on, they were talking 911.
Let me ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a 2 or 4 door?
It was a two-door.
Did he tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
Yes, the license plate was, he didn't have the numbers, but it definitely was a Texas license plate.
When he talked about the type of gun that came out, did he tell you if he thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said he was believing it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he also sort of present to you approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle barrel appear?
If you see the cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly. That's where he started making that left into, he started going into his driveway. And that is when the shot occurred.
Okay. And then he continued straight?
He did. He just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he just got out of the area and headed west on Phelps.
Now, Detective, you told us obviously you've been a law enforcement officer, or I'm sorry, officer, retired officer for more than 30 years. Have you fired a rifle?
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
When you fire a single shot from a rifle, will a casing always eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have a bolt action rifle, if you shoot, it's good. You need to manually open up the bolt. The casing will go out, will eject, and then you would put another bolt, or you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, then yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go into the chamber.
Okay. Based upon what Brandon had told you, that he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window, did you expect to find a casing around here?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself, but if the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where the window goes up, the rest of the rifle's inside the Jeep. So wherever that person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, if it's two-door, it's got to be the driver's seat, passenger seat area. As soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out, it's going to be right inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out the back end because it's a long rifle. So the casing, if it was a semi-auto, it's going to have fallen right there somewhere, the driver's seat or maybe in between the passenger seat in that area.
Did you in fact tell the other officers and sergeants that arrived at the scene that you didn't expect to find a casing because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
You told us that you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself.
Yes.
In order to open that back window, do you have to remove the rear tire if you want to just open the window? And
yes, I mean, even if you didn't have a rear tire, you got to open up the tailgate. The tailgate comes first, then the window would pop up.
Okay. So if there's a tire on it and you want to open just the window, it would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. After, I guess, as you are collecting this information, did you call to have detectives come to arrive at the scene?
Yes, I went back in my patrol car, contacted my sergeant, advised him what I had, and the detectives were dispatched out to the scene.
Now, while you were sort of the person who was having contact with Brandon, and you're observing him having to sit down and shaking, did you talk to him about whether or not he needed someone to come be there with him?
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water. I asked him if there was maybe a family member or a friend that could be with him during this investigation.
And did, at some point during the time you were here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay. As this investigation was going on, once you realized this was really a bullet hole, we see some yellow tape here. What is that?
That is crime scene tape. At the time, we knew that we now have a crime scene. So what we'll do is put the tape in the area that we feel that is part of the actual crime scene. So no other, whether they're officers, the public, or anybody cannot come into that area. And it's an area that detectives and officers can search without it being contaminated by people coming in, going in that area.
In fact, did one of Brandon's friends sort of arrive while he was initially here, and he was kind of asked to move back away from the scene some?
That is correct, yes.
And so we can see here, the yellow tape is sort of behind where you have explained the Jeep was located according to Brandon?
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car and making some calls?
Yes, I had contact with him in front of his home, and also when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit on the grass in the neighbor's house.
Before he went across the street to sit, did you talk to Brandon about who he thought might have been responsible for this?
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
And so because of the way that he talked to you about this, where Jeep is parked there and he arrives and the door comes open and a barrel of a rifle comes out, were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Did Brandon tell you that the only thing he could think of was his soon-to-be ex-wife's family?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that he thought this might be in relation to an incident that occurred in Chandler?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you the names of people who were involved in that incident that he thought might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
During your conversation later with Brandon, did he provide you information that Lori Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Was that significant to you given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates?
Exactly. If these folks are from Texas, Texas plates, it's a good possibility 2 and 2 together that possibly could be the suspect.
Was that all things that you were passing along to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Did you talk to Brandon about when he had moved into this residence, how long he'd been here?
Yes, I did.
And did he advise you that well, let me ask you, this was October 2nd was a Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Did he tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
That is correct. He's moving in Wednesday, Thursday area, yes, of the week before.
So the Wednesday and Thursday he had been physically moving into this house?
That is correct, yes.
Did you go through Brandon's morning routine on that day, October 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take his kids to school?
Yes.
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
Yes, he did.
Now, and did you again relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute I started until I left the scene, I was taking notes.
Were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
So was that also recording that?
Yes.
You told us that at some point Brandon and his friends moved across the street to sort of get out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes.
Did you at some point talk to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
Yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Yes, I did.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Officer Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're
That is fine.
retired? Okay. Officer Rob, when you had stated that you saw a gentleman standing in the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when you pulled up?
From the sidewalk,
Yeah.
maybe 2-3 feet, maybe?
Okay. So closer to the driveway side?
I would assume so, yes. I'd say maybe a couple feet east of the driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay, and then where did you park when you drove up?
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
I started talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street, and I had him walk onto the sidewalk, which was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell me what was happening.
Okay, so you said he was on the phone when you came up?
Yes.
So he ended that call and then moved, or he was on the phone still when he moved to the driveway?
Now, when I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch. When I arrived and told him what was happening, he hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the Tesla?
I could give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
Okay. And then when you looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of wiggled it around, were you looking for the projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile, and I was also looking for the trajectory of how that bullet went in so I could figure out where in the vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have exited.
Like to see if the hole went through possibly into the car?
No, I'm just looking to see which way the bullet was going in the car, so if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you stick your pin in there to find trajectory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't think that could do anything to dislodge any of the projectiles or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you find any large projectiles within that hole?
I did not.
And you didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct. No, I did not.
Someone did that later?
I don't know.
Okay. And so did you figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I could see which way it went into the vehicle.
And which way was that?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture in front of me, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to try to explain. But where the driver would have been and his head would have been right here, the projectile or the bullet hole was approximately maybe 1.5 to 2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in the driver's seat. And it went up, and it would have been kind of an upward motion into the frame of the car,
In an upward motion.
kind of going up like this.
Okay. And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your eyes?
I did not measure it, but it was definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a hole? Like a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know much about bullets.
If you want me to guess, I would say maybe a 30-06.
Okay. And so did you give these trajectory points to when you were briefing the detectives when they got there, where you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was, where the trajectory was. I let them make their determination.
And then, did you look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat, is that correct? The back door?
Yes.
To the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
No.
How about glass?
Which glass? In the back seat or in the back of the back door, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just, was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No.
So was there glass in the front seat of the car?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
And there was some glass on the flooring?
There was glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the vehicle. I don't recall that.
Okay. And Brandon had told you, or had conveyed to you that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it had not been moved at all?
It has not.
And did you move it at all?
I did not.
Did you see any of the detectives move it?
I did not.
Was it basically intact and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. I didn't see a bunch of little pieces. It looked like it was what would be a a tint, and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece, and it's just on the ground right up there in the driveway.
Okay. And in that glass, did you see a bullet hole at all?
I didn't touch the glass.
Just looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
So it looked like it stopped inside the frame. Is that what you were assessing?
Possibility, yes.
Okay. And you had said before that Brandon had thought it might be a BB gun. He'd indicated that to you?
He did.
And did he indicate to you about seeing a little boy outside?
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was possibly a paintball gun?
They made a comment, yes.
And then you had stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit. Is that correct?
I wanted to see if I saw anything inside a projectile or anything in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Okay. You had stated that when Brandon's first friend showed up, that he was inside the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Don't believe the crime scene tape was put up quite yet.
Okay. But he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that there was one piece of glass found in the street?
I could not tell you that. I don't know.
So if Brandon and his friends were walking around in that before the crime scene tape was put up, it could possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
A possibility.
Yeah. Did Brandon go from where the Tesla was to back to the street and back and forth? Or
I don't believe so. I think he pretty much stayed on that sidewalk,
Okay.
I remember.
But initially, he was standing in the street.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot at him, that he would be standing out in the middle of the street where someone could come back around the bend?
Object to speculation.
Sustain.
You had stated that Brandon had conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so he was bewildered. Is that what word you used?
Yes.
And that he had described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
That is correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
I can't recall if he said puke green.
And then did he go and get his phone and show you a color of a green and said camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. So he actually showed you a picture of the green color.
He didn't show me. He was looking at his phone, and there was another officer, Officer Bullock, myself, we're looking at, and that's the color that he was looking at, and he said camo green.
Okay. So, but you saw the picture of the camo green that he was showing to Officer Bullock?
I don't believe so, no.
But you heard him say the word camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you said something about that he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there was a silencer, would there be a loud bang?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know if silencer on a rifle, I have no idea. I've never heard silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know a silencer on a handgun, but not on a rifle, so I don't know how loud or how quiet it would be.
Okay. And so if you're inside a car, like a nice car, right, like a Tesla, and all the windows are shut, the doors are shut, maybe you have the radio on, you might not even hear a loud bang. I mean, if there was a silencer, you might not even hear a loud bang at all. Wouldn't that be true?
Again, to speculation, since she's already indicated she doesn't know.
Hold on. She testified she hasn't experienced a silencer on a rifle, so the objection's sustained.
In your estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet?
Okay. So would it be hard, someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away with a rifle?
No, I don't think so.
And you had stated that you didn't think that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No.
Okay. Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block to search for things?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes.
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe 2.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his two friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something about, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance to her house.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him, like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house. So before he was under the tree, he was sitting at the front of the house? Is that correct?
When I initially arrived?
No, after you spoke to him for the first few minutes.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
And in your notes, did you write a report?
I did.
Is the neighbor that you spoke to Samantha Baybach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
She has it. She has it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. She's just gonna look at it, right?
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the neighbor that you talked to's name Samantha Baybach?
Raybuck, yes.
Oh, Raybuck. Okay, I must have that wrong. And did she convey to you?
Object to hearsay.
Sounds like that's where it was going. Sustained.
Did you learn that someone in the neighborhood thought there was a dark blue
Object
Jeep?
again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
She really didn't give me really any information on that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you use any information that you received from Samantha Raybach in your investigation?
I gave that information to the detective.
And would that be Detective Pillar?
I don't remember there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that kind of who you report to, though? If there's anything going on, you kind of go to the case agent?
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No.
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything about the case?
No.
So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
It submitted it, and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay. And in your report, do you remember reporting that it was like pukey green?
I would have to get a recollection. I'm not sure about that.
So you're refreshing your memory by looking at your report?
Yes, sir. I do see green. I don't believe it's pukey green.
I thought that was funny. Okay, so no one that you spoke to, Officer Rob, other than Brandon, heard a loud bang. Is that correct?
I object to hearsay.
I'll sustain, you can rephrase that.
The only witness you have that heard a loud bang was Brandon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brandon also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun. Is that correct?
He did. He said there was something in the front that he believed was a silencer.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you were talking to Brandon, he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is correct.
When you are the first officer on scene, did it become clear to you when you went up to the Tesla that he had no idea there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
That is correct, yes.
When you were talking about Brandon's demeanor, about him having sort of no idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know what occurred that day, that he wasn't able to tell you what he saw and what happened as he drove up, right?
That is correct.
So was Brandon able to tell you turned onto a street and saw this Jeep?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto a street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about seeing that back window come up?
Correct.
And he was able to tell you about seeing the rifle barrel come out?
Yes.
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end?
That is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered?
That is correct.
And that after that, he went straight?
Yes, that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler?
Yes.
2 doors?
Yes.
That it had that Texas license plate on it?
That's correct.
The direction and location where it was parked?
Yes.
Did Brandon tell you that his car was still moving when the bullet struck his car?
I believe he did.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving?
That's correct.
When you were there, you were asked by the defendant about anyone or about Brandon or anyone going into the house or the garage. Was it your understanding that the other officers that were there cleared the house?
They were going to clear the house, yes.
You just didn't participate in that?
That's correct.
What does it mean to clear the house?
It's a possibility, they were thinking there could be somebody in the house, so when they clear the house, they're actually searching room to room in the house to make sure there was no one else there.
Okay, so did Brandon give him permission to go into his house and do whatever they needed to do?
Yes, they did.
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes,
Was he kind of looking as you came up and kind of going towards you?
I
to
believe
meet you?
so.
And then as you walked up to him, did you sort of take him back onto the sidewalk?
Yes, I started explaining, what's going on, and then, yeah, I had him go up on the sidewalk myself.
To kind of just had him follow you up there?
Yes,
And then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with 911?
that is correct.
Okay. In terms of the distance between the Jeep and the Tesla, was it just a little more than the width of the driveway, basically? I'm going to put up Exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about the Jeep is here, right?
That is correct, yes.
And this is Brandon's driveway?
Yes,
So did he explain the end of the Jeep was right on the edge of his driveway?
yes, it was.
And so the distance between the end of the Jeep and Brandon's car would be sort of where that, from the end of his driveway to where the cone was?
That's correct. I didn't do any measurements, but just assumption, just looking at it, I'd say maybe approximately 10 feet.
Okay. And then you were not responsible for searching the distance of where Brandon told you he had driven or where he had seen the vehicle, the Jeep, go?
That is correct.
At some point during this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
Yes, I went back on to my routine patrol, yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Write down your question if you have a question. Pass it forward.
I wrote it down.
rifle, would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually be, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right, any follow-up based on that question, first from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of hitting it?
It would be also, it would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's no, when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump. If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will, it will kind of go up the recoil and your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
So if a person is shooting a moving target using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform, the recoil of the rifle could also impact the ability to hit the target.
That is correct. If they're aiming here, a lot of times without the rest, it might just kind of go up just a hair and miss its actual target.
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess for about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
15-minute recess just getting underway. You see retired officer Maryanne Rob walking out of the courtroom. That was interesting testimony. I think I never really thought about hearing from her as one of the responding police officers. I mean, we have the body camera footage from Rob. We have the body camera footage from another officer as we've been looking at this case, investigating for a long time. But she was one of the people to question Brandon Boudreaux right away, moments after he was shot at. And interestingly, I said this earlier as well, she was part of Gilbert PD for so long, she had also made contact with Charles Vallow. Not a lot of people know that when he was looking for mental health evaluation services for Lori Vallow, and we've seen that body camera, he said she needs help. She was one of the officers there. He told her that she believes she was married to Moroni. He even asked Rob if she is part of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. She said she is. Well, not surprising being the East Valley and the demographic. But yeah, here she is finally taking the stand and testifying against Daybell.
Well, clearly she knows the case more than most.
Mm-hmm.
But she's a longtime law enforcement person in the East Valley. You mentioned it.
Back to the 80s.
Yeah.
Long career.
I think we've seen this body camera outside the home, Brandon speaking with police. We have yet to hear that in court. We've seen we've seen pictures, video, things like that from outside the home. We've heard Brandon describe what he may have said to officers, so maybe they don't feel the need to play it. But we're now back to the scene again. We talked about the timeline. We're back to the scene of the shooting that day, and what transpired, what police saw. We heard Lori try and cross-examine and talked a lot about not only bullet holes, made an emphasis again on the color of the Jeep, and that there was some confusion about what exactly was the color.
She said she doesn't know too much about bullets too.
Right.
That was interesting to hear, even though her brother was a very avid gun owner.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Shot guns a lot. But, she said that was it, and she sort of chuckled. But Rob describes Brandon Boudreaux as being bewildered, scared, not knowing what had happened, even before he had seen the hole.
Yeah,
and that's when things became very real for him.
Yeah.
Seeing the bullet hole.
And we're talking about within a couple of minutes, 20 minutes or so. I thought it was shocking when they kind of reemphasized, when Rob described Brandon's demeanor, almost as when he realized that not only that it may have been a bullet, but then when he opened the door, the window fell out. Mm-hmm. Like, all of that starts as a human being. When you hear that, you start to be like, oh, the wheels are moving. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That was a bullet. That was, and that came, and again, as we mentioned last week, as a father, you're there that morning, you realize that somebody has just shot a bullet through your window at you, and you're thinking, oh, it's targeted at me, when just hours earlier you were with your kids, and so yeah, I mean, you can understand why, maybe trying to process, all right, what did I see? What was the color of that Jeep, and what was sticking out of the window of that Jeep, and maybe things are hazy, or in the heat of the moment you're trying to compose yourself. She even mentioned he had to go sit down.
From
And
that
she goes,
point, yeah,
right,
he was
do you want to get you a chair? Are you okay? Like, very traumatizing moment. We forget, sometimes that you got to put yourself, maybe that's what the jurors are trying to do, put yourself in that element as Brandon Boudreaux in that moment. I think Rob kind of conveyed that a little bit, and brought the jury back to what Brandon had described on the stand just last week, about how all of that was kind of, it was a lot, right? It was a very overwhelming, because you don't think that somebody's going to try and take you out, even though we learned once again that he told police when they asked him, who do you think would want to shoot you? And he had two very specific names in mind, and she basically, Rob testified that, yeah, he gave her Lori Vallow and Alex Cox at that time.
Yeah, she asked if he had any enemies, and I think after a few moments, he realized, well, something just happened in July of 2019. Charles Vallow was shot and killed.
Yeah.
And yeah, Trina K asked, what were the names of the people involved? And it was just like that. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. And from this point on, he's afraid for his life.
Mm-hmm.
He moves his kids to Utah to stay with his parents. At this point, he was going through the divorce proceedings with Melanie Boudreaux. Those were finalizing. And so he did not continue to live in the Valley. He was basically in hiding, and this contentious family court case goes on for the next several months, as he's trying to keep his kids safe. Ultimately, he and Melanie would hash things out in court, and now, as we know, they're co-parents. But in this 2019 through 2020, there was a lot of fear, and even when Alex Cox had died in December of 2019, he will still tell you, Brandon will say that there was not anything to make him feel very secure, until finally he saw that Lori was in custody in jail. Chad Daybell would be in custody, put in jail after the remains of JJ and Tylee were found on Chad's property. So a lot of fear that began right after this shooting.
Well, and now we know that about a week later, Tammy Daybell, right? I mean,
yeah,
so
October 9th.
Right. So you're like you said, living in fear. Now you can understand why he was and why he had to go to that length to protect himself and his family, because you don't know if they're going to come back, try it again. And I think too, maybe this is something, if we ever get a chance to ask Brandon, did he feel like, we know law enforcement eventually made it to Idaho, once they determined the Jeep, and they started to link all of this stuff together. But I do wonder if he at any point felt like he had to do something because he didn't feel like law enforcement was moving quick enough on this.
Mm-hmm.
It took them obviously several months, in fact, to everybody started communicating and talking and putting these pieces together. But at what point did he feel like law enforcement wasn't doing enough, or wasn't going to be able to do enough to maybe protect him? And that's why he felt like he did need to kind of separate himself for a little while, because, I mean, again, you look at it now, it was probably the right decision. Don't know what Alex would have done. Would he have come back, tried again? Was this, the one opportunity he had, he missed? But maybe that's something Brandon can elaborate more on if we ever get the chance.
Think of the timeline. So after Tammy Daybell is shot at, and investigators say Alex just straight up missed, she dies suddenly 10 days after that, October 19, 2019. She's taken to a funeral home right away. No autopsy is done. The Daybell family is not concerned about trying to figure out why she just died. This healthy, I believe 49-year-old lady, healthy, fit, training for, marathons and just happy, had no real health issues that were too serious as we, covered the Chad Daybell trial and the Lori Vallow trial in Idaho. And then November 5th, 2019, Lori and Chad get married in Hawaii just weeks after this quick funeral. Family members of Tammy Daybell are just like hurt, confused, and wondering what is going on. In the meantime, this Jeep is recovered November 4th, I believe, early November. It's recovered by Gilbert PD in the middle of November after Rexburg helps put that into an indoor facility. So you have that investigation ongoing, and then near the end of November is when Rexburg PD go to Lori's home and ask her where JJ is. Not even asking where Tylee is yet, but asking about the whereabouts of JJ. She lies to law enforcement. Right. Now all of a sudden you have everyone on the same page, a full-fledged investigation. Brandon is, doing his part to help. Kay Woodcock is now starting to help law enforcement, sounding the alarm and then bringing in the media in December of 2019. This all accelerates fast, and then Nate Eaton finding Lori and Chad walking around the resort in Hawaii in January 2020, and it goes downhill from there.
It does. It started to snowball at that point. You have essentially at least 3 different law enforcement agencies all kind of coordinating and sharing information and evidence. And that's when I think, things started to come to a head. Certainly for Chad and Lori, because we know what happened in Hawaii. We know that once they got back on American soil, that all eyes on all of these law enforcement officials were on them at that point. And then, of course, they didn't answer much.
And you have Kauai police now on the case, and they don't find any sign of JJ and Tylee, so the alarm bells go off. You have Fremont County Sheriff's Office investigating, Rexburg Police. You got FBI Salt Lake City in Utah helping, FBI Phoenix. I mean, it was just several agencies working together now, really, really suspicious about Lori and Chad, but specifically because Lori wasn't cooperating and wouldn't just show that her kids were okay, which led to Madison County attorney's office, a prosecutor, basically giving her you've got 1 week to come show and prove your kids are safe, or we're going to move forward with charges or contempt of court for you not showing up. Ended up becoming child abandonment charges, which led to her arrest in Kauai. They really had to go step by step to get her in custody and find answers, and still didn't arrest Chad until after the remains of JJ and Tylee were found on this day 5 years ago. So we've been waiting to see Ryan Pillar take the stand and continue and finish out his testimony. It happens today, but obviously it takes about 5 witnesses to schedule in front of him, and there are reasons for this. But we didn't really see this in the first trial where witnesses were taken out of order. This happened twice now in this trial, with Brandon being rescheduled for the next day for cross-exam. And now Ryan Pillar, the expectation he goes back on the stand today. And will Lori get to cross-exam him at some point today? Maybe that will happen tomorrow. But a lot of forensics we heard just from Lisa Perry and the woman who also worked for Mesa PD at one point, talking about how the process of gathering DNA. I don't know if this goes past the jurors' heads, but I think very important what they're trying to establish. So much focus on the Jeep. We've seen dozens of angles on the Jeep from different time frames.
Yeah, I will say the testimonies you mentioned, the DNA stuff, you were talking about Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, who's now in Orange County, California. Some of the other Mesa forensic detectives, they didn't spend too much time. In fact, those first 2 were really just how do you collect it? What's the process? Who do you report to? That kind of stuff. I think that the jury probably soaked it in as best they could. It wasn't in great detail. But as you mentioned too, this was our first opportunity to hear a jury question. We had talked about in our panel, like we hadn't heard one yet.
We finally did get a couple questions for Rob.
For the first time in this trial, the jury asked a few questions. The first one really was about the firing of the weapon and how difficult it would be from comparison to close range, long range. Rob mentioned that she thought, it would be much harder, especially with a scope at close range. But, that was to the extent of it. So the jury getting involved today for the first time, maybe part of this is because we are starting to get into the more technical aspect of this particular shooting. But, we had a lot about the Jeep early this morning. I would have thought as a juror, one of the questions, maybe would have been, well, how much work did they do to find cameras that might have picked up the Jeep closer to the home? So much was made about license plate readers and the cameras that law enforcement use. We heard 11,000 license plate readers scattered throughout Arizona. And so they certainly have a number of them to look at. But then they admitted some don't work as well. Some don't trigger like others do. So as a juror, I would have thought that if you had better pictures, not only of the Jeep, but the person driving the Jeep, where were they? Maybe that's still out there. Maybe that's still to be determined. But I would have thought they would have had, some sort of. I mean, they had surveillance video of Lori walking into, a pharmacy during the Charles shooting, the morning that Charles was shot in July of 2019. So I'm surprised they don't have, or at least haven't presented evidence of having video of Alex driving this vehicle in any capacity on the day of the shooting.
And also, the tints are so dark. What would we really see
yeah.
of Alex? And did he stop anywhere? Did he, go inside a place of business and get caught on surveillance video? It doesn't seem to be the case. You got to
get gas, right?
Maybe the gas, and really just a fast road trip to the valley from Idaho. And then allegedly executing the shooting and then heading back right away. But really, it is the cell phone data that is going to show us a lot about his location. Okay, this break seems to be finishing up
Don't we
right
just go
now.
up there? You got to call me again.
Yeah, why don't you come back up?
Here we go.
Find my notes. Where was I? Can I see the other?
All right, thank you. The jury is now present. The parties are present. We'll resume the direct examination that was started with this witness, Mr. Pillar, Detective Pillar, on, I always say your name wrong, Pillar. I have a mental block. That was started on Friday afternoon. So go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So last Friday when we broke, we had discussed how you have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct.
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
Correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
And you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes.
And I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
Correct.
So next I wanted to talk to you about how you package these items of evidence. And let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure its integrity?
So just as a refresher, GSR kit are individual tube-like collection kits, about, again, the size of a shotgun shell. Once you use the adhesive to collect the areas where you believe GSR exists, you put the adhesive side within that tube again, facing inwards, twist it and seal it, and then you would use something called an integrity seal, which is a fancy name for a sticker. A sticker that you put on there to provide the location, your initials, and the date of collection.
And is that put in any type of bag then and sealed?
Yes, once the GSR is collected, then it is then sealed in a vacuum sealed type bag.
So the package themselves have a sticker around it that tells you where it's collected from,
Yes,
and then those little vials are put into a plastic bag that itself is also sealed.
correct.
So when the person who is performing any analysis on it receives it, that should all be sealed.
Correct.
And if those seals were broken, they would know that someone else had been in it.
Correct.
Okay. You had talked to us about the DNA collection, the Q-tips on the longer sticks, so to speak, being put into boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us how those are packaged and sealed to ensure the integrity?
So the collection Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as again, they go, the dry collection and the wet collection of the same area that was swabbed get put into a small cardboard box, a very small cardboard box that actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed, but then that collection then gets placed into a paper envelope, which is then also sealed with an integrity seal, and the location, initials, and date are put on that envelope. And let me back up, I apologize. The box that the item is, the Q-tips are placed in, that's also notated with the report number and the location of collection prior to it then going into the envelope, which again has all the additional information and integrity seal.
So, again, for the DNA swabs, if someone testified that the seals were all intact, then that would indicate no one else had been in there since that was done.
Correct.
Are those items, so for like the GSR, the tape put around the vial, is that done at the scene right after that is collected?
Yes, immediately upon collection, you seal the item that you collected, and then again, then you're going to take off that second pair of gloves that I explained on Friday, and then you put on a fresh pair of gloves before proceeding to the next collection location.
Now, in this case, we're talking about collecting this evidence in another state, in Rexburg, Idaho. Were all of these items that were collected as you process the Jeep packaged, for instance, for the GSR, into their vials with the tape on it, and then those vials put into plastic bags and sealed there in Rexburg?
The vials were placed into the plastic bags and sealed, as well as the DNA kits, and then those are all collected, but they are not administratively impounded yet because we have not returned to our property and evidence building.
So the integrity seals are put on in Rexburg, Idaho, though?
Correct.
Now, we talked about impounding. For the police department, for the Gilbert Police Department, does each item of evidence have its own unique identification number?
Every item that goes into our property evidence building gets its own unique number with the associated report number.
Is that something that you guys make up, or is it just automatically created when you are actually impounding the evidence?
It is created when you are impounding the evidence through our report management system. So essentially entering the information into the computer, it assigns a number, and ultimately an identifying barcode that goes with it.
So we had heard, for instance, about swabs that were sent to Mesa Police Department, or a blood blot that was sent there, and some numbers were read off. Those are just numbers generated as part of your impound process?
Correct.
But the protection and the integrity is what you or your crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2019. Did you go to Rexburg, Idaho to process a 2018
Jeep Wrangler with license plate or a Texas license plate LWD0997.
Yes.
Were you working with a crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashek?
I was.
We also have heard from Tom Olzak. Did he go up with you as well?
He was up there with us as well, yes.
When you got to Rexburg, I think you had testified previously, albeit I'm not sure at this point, that the Jeep was impounded in an inside facility.
Yes, as a refresher, Rexburg Police Department located and impounded the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate on November 6th. And we arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Lashik, and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
And was it impounded the 4th or the 6th? November
I'm sorry,
4th?
the 4th.
Okay.
And that Jeep was taken to a private evidence building for the Rexburg Police Department. So it was a secure facility where that Jeep was located.
When you went there, was there a Rexburg officer at the time, a Detective Ray Hermosillo, with you to execute that search warrant?
Yes.
Did the Jeep itself have, I'll call it, integrity tape on the doors?
Yes, all the doors had integrity stickers on them as well on the Jeep to just show that it had not actually been physically accessed since it was impounded.
Your Honor, the state has shown the defendant exhibits 48 through 68. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Do you recognize those as photographs that were taken on November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes.
And those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
Correct.
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
So when we see Exhibit 48, is this sort of a beginning photo to let us know, again, the sort of case number that we would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document when this process began?
Correct.
Put up 49. Oops. What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe there's closer up pictures, but those are evidence seals. So again, you can't access that vehicle without damaging those seals.
Exhibit 50, does that again show some of those seals?
Yes, the integrity seals.
We had also heard and seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes.
Was that associated to Texas?
Yes, it is. It was.
51, is that sort of showing a closer up of those seals that the vehicle was still in that same shape from when it was impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been sealed.
Exhibit 52, can we see on this the tinting on this vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to see into the vehicle
No, not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
with a flashlight?
Yes.
Exhibit 53, closer up of the seals and the tinting on that window.
Very dark.
Now, at the time when this Jeep was impounded, was the rear tire on it?
When it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Exhibit 55, showing that rear window, the tire and the seals there.
Yes.
And then again, showing the seals in 56. 57 is that sort of a whited out, and 58, a photo of the license plate.
Yes.
So that's the license plate that, again, was associated to Lori Vallow's Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Now, in Exhibit 60, are we seeing sort of how the rear window here that was described by Brandon as going up is able to move upward?
Yes, and if you look in the same picture towards the bottom left, you'll notice that the door actually has to be open because the door is what actually has the wheel affixed to it. If that wheel is not there, that window can be open without bumping into the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of a better word, door here.
Correct.
Tailgate.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you talk with Ms. Lashik about where you would like to collect the gunshot residue from?
Yes.
And when you were discussing where to collect it from, was this based upon what Brandon Boudreaux had explained occurred on October 2nd?
Yes.
So your understanding was the shooter was inside the rear of the vehicle and the rifle was pointing out this back tailgate window area?
Correct. That back window opened up partially and was fired from within that cab inside that Jeep Wrangler.
So based upon that, where did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
I described to Ms. Lashik what I was looking for, and I wanted to focus primarily for the GSR collection to be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present, so around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to both rear and driver's side windows as
Yes.
one of the locations? Were you looking to both the passenger and driver's side front seats?
Yes.
Were you looking to the hard top of that Jeep?
Yes.
And then the rear window, meaning this rear window?
Yes, and as I believe I explained on Friday, it's an explosion of gas and particles. So anywhere within that area that was just identified, we were checking all those areas for GSR, gunshot residue.
When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th for GSR, at that time, did you know anything about whether or not the rear seat of this vehicle had been removed prior to the shooting?
I had no knowledge of the status of the back seat, no.
I'm going to put up 63 so we know what we're talking about. When this Jeep was impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes.
So when you're processing this Jeep on November 18th, you are unaware that this may have been removed at the time of the October 2nd shooting?
Correct.
Okay. When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
Yes,
Was that based upon your interview with Brandon Boudreaux?
yes,
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you understand of how you could possibly open that rear window with or without the tire on there?
yes. And at this juncture, we also had the diesel license plate reader image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without a tire on the back.
All right, so when you're processing this on November 18th, you have what Brandon Boudreaux told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on the I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct, 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay. So when we put Exhibit 61 up here, was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes,
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
yes,
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
yes,
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
yes,
And again, was GSR taken from the back of this passenger seat?
yes,
Was GSR taken from this passenger side rear window?
yes,
And from this headrest or rooftop there?
correct, yes.
While this was, let me ask you this, who actually took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lashik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout the duration of the evidence collection of the Jeep.
Were you not only watching, but helping to ensure that she's collecting from the areas that you want collected?
That's correct, giving some instruction of what I'm wanting to collect. She's the one physically doing it, but I'm helping give instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package, the collection, yes.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect biological material or DNA from?
DNA, you want some vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the steering wheel, the door handles to exit and enter the vehicle, the gear shift, and then the seat belt buckles. And that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation of how many people.
Based upon the fact that you had that LPR read and Brandon saying that the rear tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto?
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch as crime specialist Tammy Lashik swabbed each of these areas that we've discussed?
Yes, I watched her take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. She changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes,
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
yes,
Did you see her put those into the box?
yes,
And did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
yes.
Did you also watch Miss Lashik process the Jeep for prints?
Yes.
And did she do the same method that you had described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
Yes.
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
No fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth. But there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints. But we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in the driver's side interior windows?
Yes.
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
Yes.
The sort of pillar that's along the door frame there?
Yes.
Rear view mirror?
Yes.
And the same for the passenger side?
Yes.
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up?
Yes.
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was a latent print was recovered?
Nothing that was usable, correct.
Okay. We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes.
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day. Did you also, in the vehicle, note any documentation indicating inside the vehicle sort of the ownership of the vehicle?
Yes, the vehicle's registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at there, that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, and I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
You told us that each item of evidence is sealed with integrity, but then provided a impound number, correct?
Yes.
And that was done back at Gilbert Police Department?
Correct.
Did you guys stay in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back to Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess? Fly back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning, and that same morning we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this around 10 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall approximately how long you were processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that processing, you guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department to be impounded?
Yes.
Were there 2 GSR kits? Well, let me ask you this. Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so are they all kept together in their own separate plastic bag?
Yes.
But each vial is individually sealed inside of there?
Correct.
And so were there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded as items 645886 and 645888?
Yes and yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
And so when you send those, are you sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the report number that was written on it by Ms. Lishik in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Again, for each of the swabs of the Jeep, were those each impounded individually?
Yes.
So each box that's then put in a paper envelope is impounded individually and given its own individual number.
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel is 645889,
Yes.
and the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645890,
Yes.
and the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645891,
Yes.
and the swab for the gear shift as 645893,
Yes.
and the swab for the passenger interior door handle as 645894,
Yes.
the swab for the lug nuts of that spare tire as 645895,
Yes.
the swab for the driver's side interior door handle as 645896.
Yes.
We have also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Were you present when that was obtained on December 14th of 2019?
I was present for that, yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison to those swabs that were taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID 647961?
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emilyn Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
As the case agent for this investigation, you told us that you have sent off those items for testing. That was part of your job, correct?
Yes.
Were you also responsible for writing search warrants to obtain cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this a search warrant sent to a court to basically order these companies to send you records within those certain date ranges and items that they're to send you?
Yes, you complete an affidavit explaining your reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court for a judge to review, and if approved, that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808-7...
Yes.
480-489...
Yes.
480-3...
Yes.
and 480...
Yes.
So... And is Track Phone, I guess, one of the subsidiaries of Verizon?
Yes.
Do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, have sort of subsidiary type of companies that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, a company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that sell and assign phones.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler Police Department and looking into numbers that had been given out, did you associate the number 808-755 and 480-489-4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
If I can have my both of them. I can have my paralegal approach with 177 and 176.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those two exhibits as the cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records, subscriber information for those two phone numbers, the 808-755-5452 and the 480-489-4652 associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes. Yes.
The state will move to admit 177 and 176.
No objection.
179, 176.
176 and 177.
Oh, I'm sorry. 176, 177 are admitted.
We've heard of the number 480-351-9. Did you learn that that number was associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Was that number associated to him through, for instance, the Chandler Police Department from the July incident?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 179. Does that contain an affidavit authenticating them, a thumb drive of the records, a print off showing the subscriber for that phone, as well as a print off of the call detail records for September 27th through October 10th?
Yes. Let me just want to double check one thing. Yes.
Is that 480-351-9120 number the number that we heard was making the appointment and responsible for scheduling the tinting with Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
State will move to admit 179.
Any objection?
The same foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
179 is admitted.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records for 480, 489, the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, and the 480, 351, the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I did.
This is Exhibit 179. On these records, 179 being the records associated to Alex Cox, did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes,
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
that is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now we see here for time on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes,
We see GMT -6. I'm going to pull in closer for this. Correct?
yes,
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
yes,
For Arizona time, is it GMT -7?
yes.
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
That would be correct, yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
Yes,
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
that is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit?
Yes,
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes or 35 minutes after Brandon left his home. There's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho?
in Rexburg, Idaho, yes. Approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreaux left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes,
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreaux?
yes,
And was that associated via Brandon Boudreaux had provided that?
yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes,
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480, 692-9612.
yes,
And then during was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona, meaning track phone used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting on Phelps.
Yes.
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
Yes.
Who did you believe at that time in your based upon your investigation, was using that phone?
That track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander Cox.
Sure. And then exhibit 180. Now, the track phone of 304-960-5998, did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
Okay. When you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with exhibit 180. Inside that exhibit, if you can just verify, did the track phone provide a print off showing the track phone was purchased from a Walmart store 5494? And it should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I have. I'm looking at it right now in here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print-off showing that the track phone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes.
And does it show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
Yes.
And does that also contain a print-off of all of the call detail records for that track phone number 304-960-5998?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 180.
Foundation.
All right, 180 is admitted.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th when it was activated until only October 2nd?
That is correct.
After October 2nd, was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone was no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes.
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
Yes.
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
That is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this track phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes.
And is that number that is called by this track phone the 402-0143, number associated with Chad Daybell.
Yes,
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell.
that is correct.
And the call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-014 number associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
When you obtained these records as well as all these other cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes, and we recognized at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
And what did you ask them to do with this information?
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received for my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And they were able, the FBI was then able to assist with tracking locations of the devices during these particular timeframes where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the 304 number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes,
Did you ask the FBI to look at the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, the 480-489 number?
yes,
And did you ask the FBI to look at Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number?
yes,
And to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
yes. I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and then the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants
Yes,
for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox?
yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Detective Pillar, you're the case agent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a detective case agent?
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay. So you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can, yes.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
Yes.
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
By the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk with them. But as detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay. And what color did Mr. Boudreaux say the Jeep was when he was with Officer Maryanne Rob?
When he was with Officer Rob, he described it as a green-colored Jeep.
And what was the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
And is it your understanding that the color that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that correct?
That's what was discussed by Officer Rob, but I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Rob?
I watched all body-worn camera from this case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Rob and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that. But I'm also not disagreeing that it very well may have been said or shown to be a camo green.
So when is the first time you wrote in all of your reports that it was a gray Jeep? So where did you glean that information that the Jeep was gray?
The gray Jeep came about from my contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial contacts as a gray Jeep, no.
And none of the neighbors ever called it a gray Jeep also, is that correct?
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival, and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
But you don't know that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also in the body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in, Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
Speculation.
The answer will stand.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line?
Yes.
The line search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the Criminal Investigations Division. It was all detectives, not patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
Okay. And was anything found in the line?
Through that line search, no. We did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything. Whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point in the initial investigation, this was our last act of searching the neighborhood. And this was, again, after the scene investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
About how long did that take, that line search?
Approximately 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
And who had that metal detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say specifically who, but I know it was used.
And the neighbors that were I know that Officer Rob had testified about talking to the neighbor, Samantha. Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is helpful, yes. Many times if they go there, they'll simply say, hey, I've knocked on X amount of doors and wasn't able to make contact with residents. Or if they have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
So anything helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though, is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In this case, with the evidence we had at that point, we were following our best leads.
And so did you learn from Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I wasn't asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I was asking for the effect on the listener. Officer Rob.
Sustained.
Can I have a sidebar?
No, it's sustained. Next question.
In your estimation, Detective Pillar, how far was the Jeep's when the supposed shot was taken?
With the information provided by Mr. Boudreaux and the neighbors describing where this Jeep was located, where I believed, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway, I would guess. I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet of a moving vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located. We had an idea of where it was parked, but we didn't have an exact location for that Jeep, a specific spot.
If it was parked nose to nose with that white van, kind of know exactly where it was parked,
We have a good idea of where it was at, absolutely.
but no measurements were taken.
No measurements, no ma'am.
And what measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, did the Gilbert Police Department ever decide on what the trajectory actually was?
No,
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
no, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just the hole in the Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
Okay, so you can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
No,
You cannot?
no.
And you don't know how tall the Tesla was?
The Tesla, we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
So no trajectory was ever really determined, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the hole in the car, in the Tesla, was approximately 1 inch wide and 2 inches long? Is that correct?
From the sticker, the letter A sticker, yes.
Correct.
That was like a 2-inch, I believe. Based on that, yes, I would say that hole was approximate size of 2 inches, but that doesn't include the scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
And then what type of bullet could make that kind of damage?
Check to expertise or knowledge, foundation.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
What was your determination of what kind of bullet would make a hole that large?
I don't have any ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's dozens of types of ammunition that are made, both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreaux's car, but to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes.
This is your investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out to find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun.
No.
There's no way to determine whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right.
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
You explained to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can gunshot residue be transferred from person to person?
The particulates that come from gunshot residue, and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? I don't know.
Okay. So can gunshot residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? Like if you wiped your hands off?
I don't know.
So do you know what gunshot residue is made up of, what the three elements are?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Are you aware that all three elements have to be present for it to actually be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object at this point to, again, this is outside his foundation. He's repeatedly said he's not a GSR expert.
He can answer if he knows.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge that I do not understand how to process the evidence in a lab. So I know when I'm collecting GSR, it's to collect, you mentioned three elements. I don't know how accurate that is, but I do know how to collect it, and I also do know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that a weapon was fired.
Okay. So having been a case agent hundreds of times,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you've dealt with lots of gunshots, is that correct?
Not all cases were related to gunshots or homicides, but I have investigated other shootings and other violent crimes.
Have you ever swabbed someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Swabbed? No. Collected GSR? Yes.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Because that's pretty typical, right? In a gun case where a gun has been fired?
Typical? I don't know if that's an appropriate word. Is it a tool or a evidence collection technique that can be utilized? Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're not aware that antimony, barium, and lead, all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object again. There's an expert that will testify to this.
It's sustained. He said he doesn't know this.
Okay. You had testified earlier about being there with Tammy Lachik, is that correct, when she collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, she and I traveled to Rexburg together, and then we were at the property building in Rexburg together, yes.
Okay, and how many people were there present at that time?
There was myself, CSI Lachik, Detective Olzak, Detective Hermosillo, and I believe one or two other individuals from the Rexburg Police Department.
And did she note the number of swabs that she took at that time?
I'm going to object as to foundation swabs of what?
Was she taking, oh, sorry, I'll clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
Was she taking notes at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
Taking notes? No, but she was collecting the swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess if that's what you want to see as a note, then yes, but she didn't have a notebook with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes?
Thank you.
So the notes in her report are something she did possibly later?
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to the images.
Okay. And then you flew up there together on a commercial airline?
No, myself, Ms. Lachik, and Detective Olzak flew up there on a Arizona State government plane. So it was just the three of us and the two pilots on the flight.
So that's how you were able to go up and back at your leisure, kind of in the same day?
In the same day, and this was a result of Detective Olzak at the time being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS. They utilize a state plane that's typically used for the governor. They have a couple planes. And because they were assisting our agency with the processing of a vehicle involved in an attempted homicide, the Arizona Department of Public Safety allowed us to use one of their private planes to fly to and from Rexburg, Idaho, to process our Jeep.
Okay. And you flew into actual Rexburg at the little airport?
They have a small runway, that's correct.
And so you did not witness Ms. Lachik taking any separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing that day, Ms. Lachik?
I do not remember what she was wearing, no.
Detective, are you familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with yes, I am familiar with LPR readers, but again, I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So to answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea. But at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
And then would you, as the case agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to LPR readers and to criminal histories and things of that nature. So in cases like this, I had our crime analysts assist with requests for LPR hits for the LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were
And
multiple.
where were they located?
The one that was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you been to Holbrook before?
Have I been to Holbrook
Arizona?
before? If I have been, it's only passing through. So I don't believe, I've never stopped in Holbrook, I guess I'll say that.
Do you know how far away it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I do not know how far Holbrook is from Gilbert, Arizona. I know it's north of us.
And so, I'm sorry, where were the other ones that you said there were several? You said one was in Holbrook?
One was in Holbrook. That's the one that's, I know is presented. The other ones I do not have independent recollection of. They are documented in the police report.
So you don't have any documented in Gilbert, is that correct?
There were no LPR hits in Gilbert, I can tell you that.
None in Mesa?
None in Mesa.
None in Phoenix?
Not that I can recall.
None in Scottsdale?
None in Scottsdale.
None in Tempe?
None in local cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
So only Holbrook, Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho?
Yes.
Is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well, yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea, maybe you don't, but do you have any idea how long that they store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and say, I need this, and they're like, well, we only have 30 days back or whatever.
I don't know
On
their storage capacity or how long it lasts. And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period I am unaware of for these separate entities.
And who did you contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the respective agencies and private companies who operate those.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes.
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
Yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
Okay. So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data, and it also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is hit within their retention time. So there was multiple pieces of data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know how the time frame was, but I was focused on the time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct. The one that has been.
And
yes.
nothing in Gilbert
Correct?
on October 2nd.
Correct.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd.
I would object to asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, technically you're right, but I'll let her recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate in the Phoenix metro area in the cities during that time frame.
Time frame meaning October 1st to October 3rd.
Yes, of 2019, yes.
And you were mentioning before that you had contacted the FBI on the phone records of a tracking of a phone. Is that correct?
Yes, requested the assistance of the FBI with the phone cellular analysis.
And how do you request assistance of FBI? Talk me through that. How did that work? Who do you call?
So initially, on October 9th, myself, Detective McDermott with Gilbert Police met up with a couple detectives from the Chandler Police Department. This is where the images of the incident that happened in Chandler earlier in the year in July, they were able to provide us pictures of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate. Further was learned on October 16th was when I received from our crime analyst the first image of the Jeep Wrangler driving southbound from Holbrook, presumably towards the Phoenix metro area, with that Texas license plate and without the wheel affixed to the back of that Jeep. It was at that time that I re-established communication with Chandler's police, and it was through our communication that it was decided to reach out to the FBI to further request their assistance.
So did you reach out to FBI personally, or did Chandler Police Department reach out to FBI personally?
It was a collective phone call, and then
Okay.
the Chandler Police Department and then the Gilbert Police Department detectives, we went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, which is in far north Phoenix, at which time we made contact with federal agents there, FBI agents.
And so Nicholas Balance is the one who created a report concerning these phones, is that correct?
He was ultimately the one that we worked with the most, yes.
Did you talk to him initially, or did it get sent to him eventually?
He initially got assigned. Initially, it was a sit-down meeting with some FBI agents and detectives, providing them the data we had for them to analyze. And then Nick Balance was assigned this case.
And you spoke to him specifically, directly?
I talked with him directly multiple times, yes.
Okay. And then do you have emails and phone calls and things with him, correct?
Multiple, yes.
And were those turned over to the defense?
As far as I know, I don't know.
So in his report on Bates pages 5482 to 5518, he created a report that said, did you get a copy of that report that he did, Nicholas Balance?
I'm not sure or familiar with which report you're referring to. Are you talking about the Gilbert Police report, or are you talking about a separate report from the FBI?
I'm talking about Nicholas Balance's report that, I guess, his PowerPoint.
Is it possible for me to see what you're looking at and I can say yes or no? Because I have seen presentations, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
She has.
Thank you. Did you want me to go to a specific page?
Yeah,
Ms.
so on
Daybell?
page 15 of the report, it shows a purchase of a phone on 9/25/2019,
Okay.
if I'm correct.
Yes, on
15?
page 15, 9/25/2019 at, looks like 21:10 hours. And I don't know if that's GMT or what time zone that's in, but
Okay.
It's
And for
usually
those of us who
GMT.
are not military correct, it's about what time?
it would be 9:10 hours,
PM.
9:10 PM. Again, I don't know if that's GMT. Most of the data that I've seen done with this cast is GMT, which is global. And then you have to subtract or add some hours depending upon your location on the globe.
As far as mountain time or central time or
Yes, ma'am.
Pacific time? Okay. So on the top of the report there, it says 7:10 PM, which is 2 hours prior to the cell. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to this person's foundation as to knowledge by this detective who did not create this report.
Right. The original question was if he was familiar with it or had seen it. So why don't we have that answered first?
Okay. Are you familiar with this report? Have you reviewed it for your testimony here today?
I have seen reports that look like this, and I have seen this particular page you're talking about. But again, I didn't draft it, and I don't want to give any incorrect information. So I'll do my best to answer what you want to ask me, but I don't work with CAST, and as much as I wish I was better with cell phone analysis personally, I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay. Well, just on that page particularly.
Hold on. Let's go sidebar.
Very lengthy cross-examination by Lori Daybell, headed to the sidebar right now. Judge Boreski calling for it, literally, as he rubbed his forehead, put on the headset, because it's been quite a day in court, and questioning is, that's the issue here, according to Trina Kay, objecting to this FBI CAS report in the hands of Ryan Pillar. We're going to hear from Nick Balance at some point, maybe tomorrow. That's the person who is going to be the expert on this testimony and cell phone records and all that. But clearly, Lori Daybell trying to poke at Ryan Pillar's testimony, calling him out, even sounding sort of patronizing, saying, you're the case agent, you can't test for this, you can't test for that, exactly what kind of firearm was used in this case. Even we're going back and forth on the color of the suspect vehicle. She's definitely taken the whole afternoon.
She has. There was, you can hear in the line of questioning, there was a purpose in all of this. So whether her legal counsel helped her kind of craft which direction she was going to go, again, stopped a few times, warning from the judge about, this may open a door. We can only imagine where that questioning would have gone had he allowed it. This is part of the real nuance of this case is the jury has to, I think, start to realize that there are pieces missing in this. There are things that whether they know that there's a door that could be opened or not, they think they're starting to figure out that there are doors here that cannot be opened.
Yeah.
But, again, to Boreski, to his credit, he's towing a fine line, trying to keep, all of this on the straight and narrow, understands he's dealing with a quote-unquote defense attorney who has never tried a case, has never worked a case. So we're getting there, but you're right. The next couple of witnesses are going to be interesting because now we're getting into the portion of this crime and the players involved, and more of the digital evidence. Again, collecting what they, how they collected the evidence from inside the Jeep in Idaho. Again, we have not seen that video yet, but we've spent so much time now in the first couple of days of this trial, from the scene of the crime to the Jeep. Went back to the scene with
back
Rob's
and forth,
testimony.
for sure.
Right, and so here is your case agent, and the DNA stuff. I understand. The jury's going to want to know. All right, well, now you've established that this is the Jeep, same Jeep that she has, same Jeep that was in the area. The DNA, now you're getting into what was pulled from it. I will say, and I said to you during all of this, I was surprised that they didn't have any other camera images of the Jeep closer to the time of the shooting. So that's either twofold. One, the cameras aren't working, the license plate readers aren't working, or there was no license plate on the Jeep to trigger. I'm just shocked. 11,000 license plate readers in Arizona, and they only have the one on I-40 of this Jeep. You would have thought, especially in that area of Gilbert, whether it was Alex, whether it was the Jeep coming into town, closer to the shooting, or even leaving. The fact that they don't, I was surprised by that they don't have any other images or video, but specifically images from these LPRs, as they call them.
And they have to be working. The way that Thomas Miller explained it is that something has to trigger it. It could be someone tailgating, things like that. I mean, there's just so much. These are ongoing surveillance cameras that are going all day long. So, yeah, that's a whole other topic. Sidebar is ending right now.
All right. You can resume your cross of this.
Cross will continue. Lori's not done. She's got a lot of questions, follow-up questions with Ryan Pillar, who I will say has been very calm and taking all the questions. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. He'll answer that way.
We'll go whatever you think as far as about another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll need to recess for the evening.
Okay. Detective Pillar, did you ever receive any information from Rich Robertson, the private detective Brandon Boudreaux hired?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to him personally?
I think I may have had a phone call early on, essentially explaining that he was going to do a PI thing, but he understood that there's certain legalities when it comes to criminal investigation over a civil investigation.
When you say early on, when do you mean specifically?
I couldn't give you a date, but I believe I had a phone conversation with him. But it was not lengthy, and I don't remember communicating much after that, if at all.
So in October, just after October 2nd?
Yeah, it'd have to be after October 2nd, 2019.
And was it your understanding from that conversation that Brandon hired him to track Melanie?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained.
What is the legal objection?
Well, it calls for hearsay. It's not relevance, and it also could open the door to something you don't want it open to.
So you did not email with him or text with him, Rich Robertson?
No, not that I remember.
And he didn't send you any kind of information on the case?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Did Brandon ever convey that he was frustrated with the way the investigation was going?
I'm going to object to hearsay relevance.
Sustained.
Detective Pillar, can you tell me about when you arrived at the scene that day on October 2nd?
What would you like to know?
When you arrived, who was there and who did you speak to first?
When I arrived on scene, I parked east of the crime scene, the 3875 East Phelps. And the first individuals I remember talking with were my fellow detectives, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer, determining what our roles would be. I cannot say for certain who I first spoke to as far as the officer, as far as the briefing goes, but I do know there were multiple officers on scene, to include Officer Rob, who was here earlier.
And someone briefed you though, right? Do you know who that was?
I do not know who that was, but yes, somebody would have briefed us on that case.
And nobody remembers who briefed anybody?
It doesn't sound like it, and I wish, trust me, I would rather give you answers than say I don't know. But I don't know, I can't remember who gave me the briefing.
Well, it was Officer Rob, and who was the other officer that was with her when the first two on the scene? Officer Bullock?
Officer Brian Bullock was
Okay.
the other officer that was on scene.
So would it have had to be Officer Rob or Officer Bullock who briefed the detectives when you arrived?
More likely than not, yes. It would have had to been one or both of them collectively, but I do know that Officer Rob, being the first officer there and obtaining all the initial information, she's more likely than not the one who briefed us with the date, time, location, and involved persons.
Okay. So they briefed you, and then what happened after that?
After the briefing, again, I was decided that I was the primary case agent, the detective. I tasked Detective McDermott, Sergeant McDermott now, with running the scene. So he used the assistance of Detective Biggs and Detective Ferrer with evidence collection tasks, while I introduced myself to the three males sitting across the street from 3875 and identified Brandon Boudreaux. And then we went to my vehicle to have an interview with an air conditioning because it was a little warm outside.
Okay. And when was the house cleared? Someone had mentioned the house being cleared. Did that ever happen?
The house was cleared. That was prior to detective arrival.
Okay. So before you got there, that had already happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went and spoke to Brandon in your car, is that correct? And
Yes,
did
ma'am.
that interview?
Yes.
And you made an audio recording of that?
Yes.
And then someone transcribed it, is that correct?
We used a third-party transcription service at that time, so yes, that was transcribed.
And you heard Brandon's testimony that some of those things he thought were transcription errors?
Yes.
So did you go back in preparation for this testimony and listen to that audio recording of that interview?
I did not, well, yes, I did listen to the interview. No, I did not compare it to the transcript. It was Net Transcriptions, which was the company we used at the time, and there were errors at times, but I did not compare it to my interview with Brandon, if that's what you were getting at.
So there could be transcription problems in that interview,
It's possible.
but you didn't go back to check to see if there were. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And about how long did that interview last?
35, 40 minutes is an estimation.
Okay. And then where did you go next? You guys got out of the car, and what happened at that point?
Brandon returned to his friends, and I re-entered the crime scene to determine what my fellow detectives had discovered.
Were you aware that Brandon's friends, through the body cam, that they had been walking around in the crime scene?
It wasn't until watching it after, but once the crime scene was established, they didn't enter it again until we were done with what we needed to do, or at least we had our primary crime scene, which was the Tesla and the glass in that area. There was times where, I don't know if they were getting drinks or if there was times where they had to go inside of Brandon's home at the time.
Okay.
But that was allowed under some supervision.
And then, how long were you at the scene in total, do you think, that day?
From the start to the finish, and unless I had the CAD report or the police computer system to say when we arrive on scene and when we close off, I wouldn't know that accurately, but I know it was hours we were out there.
A few hours.
Yes.
And then how did that get wrapped up? I mean, if you're the case agent, how do you wrap it up, send everybody home? How does that work?
Well, like I was explaining earlier, extra detectives came out there. Once we finished with the canvas, the line search, we start letting people go from the scene and ultimately conclude our involvement, make sure that Mr. Boudreaux and whoever else, maybe witnesses or people that were canvassed, have contact information for the detectives, and just make sure we can maintain communication moving forward.
And you had mentioned that contact before. So you had said that you have a special phone for victims to contact you on. Is that correct?
Not just victims, it's my work cell phone, and I'm very open with giving that number. I have been since my start days in CID. Victims, offenders, witnesses, whomever wants my cell phone, they can contact me by text or call.
So you have that separate from your own personal cell phone?
Oh, yes.
And then you had mentioned that you had taken Brandon's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how does that work? Talk me through that.
He completes a consent to search form,
Mhm.
which is a form that describes in detail what we're going to be doing with the device. In a layman's terms, we are making a digital copy of that, the software and all the content on that electronic device. So we turn it over to our digital forensics unit, which is detectives who specialize in this, utilizing their hardware. And we made a copy of his smartphone and it's all the data on it. And we returned it to him as quickly as we could. I do not recall if it was the same night or the next day, but I know it was pretty soon after because that was his primary device to utilize.
Okay. And so what are the logistics of that? You're on the scene, you physically take the phone, you put it in an evidence bag. How does that work?
Yes,
And then how does it get transported to the forensic people?
I transport it. In this case, I believe it was, I can't remember which detective. It was either myself or McDermott. We worked on this case quite a bit in the beginning together, but ultimately brought the phone to our digital detectives.
So within that same day,
Yes.
right? And it just gets turned over in the evidence bag and it's marked and all that?
It was never impounded, so although it's noted to be his and has his contact information in it, the point is to expedite the process. So instead of impounding it and then having to have it pulled out of evidence and then put back in so it could be ultimately returned to the owner, he gave us consent to take it, download it as quickly as possible, and then return it to him.
And then who would be the person who returned that to him physically, the phone?
I don't recall, but I know I turned it back over to him. I believe he came to the police department the next day or shortly thereafter, or even that night. Again, I don't recall, but I know it was turned over to him soon after by a detective.
So he could come pick it up, basically, is what you're saying?
Yes,
You didn't take it back to the house, he came and picked it up?
I believe so.
Okay.
Shall we break there for the evening?
Sure. yeah.
Okay. Members of the jury, tomorrow, please be back and ready to start at 10:15 a.m. 10:15 a.m. Please remember the admonition. We'll be at recess for the evening.
All right, the jury.
Okay, that is it for the jury. They will be excused for the day, the long day, and asked to come back at 10:15 tomorrow. We should hear a couple of housekeeping issues right now between Judge Boreski and the prosecution and defense. Lori Daybell returning to her desk.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I told the jury 10:15. I'd like the parties here as close to a little bit after 10 as possible. I don't know if Judge Kemp, who's in here before doing his morning calendar, should be wrapping up by then, but just in case there are things we need to discuss prior to the jury coming in. Anything from the state at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, from the defense?
I
All right.
recommend did have some childcare issues. I should be able to get here by 10, but.
That's fine.
Okay.
The other advisory council will be here at 10.
I have 2 morning court matters, but hopefully we should be done.
Okay.
And just to go to where I have early court on the 11th, so obviously I'm going to be stuck in there like over here. I'm not sure what time we're starting on the 11th.
That's Friday?
I know, it's a couple days from now. It's.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong day. You have what on Wednesday?
I think it's just a CCMC.
Oh.
But sometimes you get stuck in courts and can't get out.
Right. I probably should start drafting up final instructions soon, I would think. So I'll try to get those maybe by tomorrow afternoon, and then I guess we'll go from there. All right, we'll get recess for the evening.
All right, that is it for the day. Court is adjourned, and we'll be back in tomorrow just after 10 to handle anything that needs to be handled. But you could see that, public defenders who are advisory counsel for Lori, I mean, they are probably a bit mentally exhausted too after handling this case and being there for her, and also having their other cases that they have to work on as well, as you see the scheduling that has to be discussed.
Yes, and with this case in particular, the amount of time they've had to kind of adjust their schedules and Lori not being ready or sick, or witnesses being called out of order. So not your typical case, and you wonder, like, if there's no there's no outline for this, how to advise a defendant to defend themselves, if you will. So they're doing what they can. I'm sure she has a ton of questions for them, and clearly as a defendant is all in on her case. So they have a lot to do, and then on top of that, prepare for if Lori were to go off the rails again and somehow lose her right to defend herself, as we possibly saw last week with the threat from Boresky. So
cross-exam's not done either. She still has questions for Ryan Pillar, who's now, this testimony's been broken up into segments. He did his direct exam, questions with Trina K on Friday, and then, today had to wait to finish that off and then undergo the cross-examination by Lori, and she has a lot of questions about testing, really the whole protocol and process of how evidence is collected, talking about Brandon Boudreaux's cell phone, talking about Brandon Boudreaux's interview, everything from that to the Jeep to the license plate readers. So it can probably be very easy for the jury to tune out after seeing the same witness up there for so long and going over such technical evidence, albeit a very important witness and the case agent on this. And I don't know how they take it, or if they see that how she comes off when, she tells him that he's a case agent and tries to make it seem as if, he did not do a thorough investigation. And they very well may think, okay, maybe this investigation isn't very complete if they don't test the glass that shattered, even though you would think it's circumstantial. The glass laying right there from the window that just broke in the door of the car that was just shot at. So, but a lot to go over still, and we'll see tomorrow at what point this ends with Ryan Pillar. He would be. He was a 9th witness, but now 14 have gone up and taken the stand. We have 22 in total, and we are waiting for these out-of-state witnesses, FBI agent Nick Balance, and then Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo with Rexburg PD. I think that is what will be very, very big for the jury.
We still have Tammy Lichek from Gilbert, former forensic expert. She was the one that went to Idaho and tested what was in the Jeep. That was mentioned today as well. We still have to hear from her. We're going to get into some more testimony from people who have interacted with Lori from the investigative side too. So she hasn't, I think most of the personal witnesses, if not all of them, are out of the way. So we don't expect her to be too combative or even be defensive in some of her questioning. But like you said, tried to blow a hole in maybe how they handled this case, I guess is the best way to put her line of questioning. For Pillar, I don't, look, you're the case agent. Did you not look at this? Did you not look at that? All it does is maybe cast a little bit of doubt in a juror's mind.
Make her look bad.
Yeah, like, hey, well, what did you miss then? Or how come you didn't look at that? Again, a great defensive strategy. And again, is that something that her defense counsel is advising her to do? That may be her only course of action in all of this, because the digital evidence so far has been a little overwhelming. Although we just got into the burner phone, we just got into the nuance of Alex's whereabouts, his movements,
his Gmail account.
Yeah,
a lot of layers to unpeel.
Sure.
with certain people. So, a cast report by FBI is not optimal in the hands of Ryan Pillar, who may know about it and reviewed it, but it's been years. So there's so much evidence that has to be told, the story be told through the right witness. Brittany Hennick makes a great point that it's like Lori thinks one person should know every single thing, and that's just not how it works. And that's valid because, you have an officer with a small police department. He's not the FBI. He needed the assistance of the FBI. Everyone has their own information, just like, Maryanne Rob, her job is to respond to the scene. She's not in lead on the investigation. Right. She does what she's supposed to do. She talks to neighbors. She talks to witnesses. She talks to the victim. But everyone has their own key role, much like it is in any workplace. Here, for example, everyone has their role. It all becomes one big project or one big piece, puzzles to a big piece. So in this case, I think that Lori is grasping and trying to show the jury that maybe this investigation is not as tied up as it might be. But we'll see. I don't know why she would bring up Rich Robertson. Right. I don't know how that helps her. That's something that's sort of like on the sideline of this, is a personal investigation by Brandon Boudreaux, who was trying to figure out where Alex Cox was, where his ex-wife was, because he was in fear for his life, feeling that the only person who had his address gave it to his former uncle-in-law, who allegedly took a shot at him. That's valid.
Yeah, it's valid. That was the point where we were like, even the judge said, like, first of all, objection sustained, right? And because it's irrelevant, but also we could be opening a door you don't want opened.
Gets close though. A lot of times she gets close.
She does very close.
See a lot of people in the chat box. They're smart. They're following this case with us, and they're saying, just open it. Just open it. So we are going to see, I think, Hermosillo's testimony. If we get through that unscathed and no doors are cracked open, I think we're there near the end of the tunnel, and you're not going to hear about these prior murder convictions. We shall see. We got a lot to get to our On the Record episode as well, and our newscast coming up at 5:30 that will be in. But we'll thank you guys for watching. 1,000 of you still hanging out with us. We appreciate it. We're going to see you tomorrow for more coverage of the Doomsday Murder Trial final chapter. See you tomorrow morning.